on like a different trip, like the next trip.
Yeah.
But now he got booted up to this one, and then the guy who did 28 million will go on the next one.
Ellie, are we for real live right now?
Are we live?
I think we're live.
Are we talking about this?
Ellie, are we live?
Ellie, are we live?
Yeah.
It says live.
Are we live?
Oh, hello.
Oh my gosh.
We're like every podcast. Have we started?
Are we started?
Have we started?
Have we started? Welcome.
Wow.
Welcome, PAX, to the Jackbox Writers Room. You've got a little glimpse into what it's like in this singular little office.
Behind
We did
the
it.
scenes.
I was just letting them know the update on Jeff Bezos' space mission.
We get most of our news from Claire.
Yes. So what I'll do is I'll read the New York Times for 15 minutes every morning in my bed, and then I'll sort of let it dribble out across the day.
Yeah.
And that's how Jackbox stays informed.
And so we are here now to inform you how Jackbox does our thing. And our thing, writing comedy.
Writing.
Real fast, we're going to go around and introduce ourselves. I'm CJ Tor. I've been a writer at Jackbox for almost 4 years now. And I've written since Jackbox 5 Party Pack. And then I was head writer for Push the Button, head writer for Devs and Details, and now I'm the editorial lead for The Poll Mind, which will be in the next Party Pack. Who are you?
Me next?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going down in random order.
What the heck? I'm Claire. Well, and I'm similar to CJ. We started at the same time, March of 3 years ago. Or almost 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And I have the same job. I'm on my first cup of coffee. And I was the editorial lead on Dictionarium, and then I designed and was editorial lead on Blather Round, and then this year I'm doing Drawful Animate, which is one of our new games that's about to come out. And this is one of our very special new writers, Paris.
Yeah, we'll make her special. You're
Thank
the
you.
middle.
Thank
You're the
you.
bologna in the sandwich.
Thank you. I'm Paris. I'm a new writer here at Jackbox. I've been here since April, and that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She plays it close to the chest.
Gotta keep a little mystery in it.
Okay. So speaking of mysteries, we have two people who are not in studio, and we will not tell you where they are. But if you find them, you win. First, we'll start with Liz. Liz, how are you doing today?
From an undisclosed location, my name is Liz Anderson. Hi, everyone. I've been a writer at Jackbox for just over a year now. I got hired in 2020, so I worked on the Party Pack 7. And I've been, I'm just another fellow content creator, full-time writer, no special titles, but I'm excited about all the wonderful new games we'll be bringing to Party Pack 8.
Ooh. And then, so, and our fifth and also mysterious guest, Ali, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm so honored to be on this podcast.
Thanks.
And I'm also a new writer. I started with Paris in April, and I've been writing for the Party Pack 8. And to honor Paris's requests, I will not reveal any other details.
Yeah. Paris said specifically, I don't want to say anything, and I'd be really appreciative if no one did. But yes, we are actually here to answer your questions. This is going out live, unlike the keynote speech by Mike Builder, because he's been dead for 10 years and just speaks
R.I.P.
through a series of pre-recorded messages that only get more enigmatic from here on out. So, but we're here to answer your questions about the Jackbox writing process. We're also going to be talking about the Jackbox writing process. Actually, Claire, you had a unique idea of how to talk about that.
So what my kind of unique idea to kickstart the writing panel was to discuss what it means to write for Jackbox games.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone applaud? Okay. So basically, just to give like a general rundown of what the writers do at Jackbox, it varies across the course of the year. We're about to end production, and then a new cycle starts. And the way the cycle basically works is that in the fall, as a writer, you don't have a lot to do. You technically, but our brains are fertile playgrounds full of ideas that we are supposed to water and so we play games, we talk about games, we think of ideas, we play test. And so pretty much the fall and early winter are all about like coming up with ideas. with a little bit of like writing, marketing stuff sprinkled in. And then as each game is greenlit for the next pack, we and a team is formed around that game. That game will have an editorial lead attached to it, which is usually one of the writers, and that writer will determine kind of what content needs the game will have and map that out over the course of the production cycle. And then pretty much, especially once all 5 games are greenlit, our job is just straight up writing the content. And the content means both like the host and the host lines, so what you're hearing when you're playing the game, and then also the actual words on screen obviously need to be written, and then all of the prompts, which are baked in to the game.
Yeah, I just go off a question we actually just got in chat is who's in charge of all the fart noises? A question we get a lot.
Yes.
But actually, writing for Jackbox means working with lots of people because we don't just write text. We write, I would like a fart noise here, and then we have to go to audio and see if they have a fart noise available, or maybe they'll come back and say maybe a burp, and then it's a collaboration process.
Sure. And the person genuinely responsible for the fart noises is named Andy. Almost
exclusively Andy.
No last name. He just comes in and drops them off, and
I'm Andy.
And he actually makes the farts, not how you think. Well, I don't know what you think. Let's hear it from the chat. But he has like putties on his desk, and he creates the noises with like different things,
which is called Foley. Actually, to go into what's up over, let's go to like new writers, Allie, Paris, and I guess Liz is still new.
I occupy a middle ground where no one thinks of me.
What type of material?
Come on.
What type of material have you written for Jackbox thus far, being just in this party pack process?
I've written host dialogue, prompts. Lots of different things. Allie, take it away.
Yeah. Thank you. Forced collaboration. Trivia questions. We've done a lot of trivia. Introductions to games and like little transitional jokes. Yeah. Liz, take it away.
Yes, anything that you see that involves the beautiful written word or the spoken word or the implied word, that comes from a Jackbox writer. And also sometimes engineers who are bored.
We have a trivia game in this party pack. We often have a trivia game. So usually trivia writing, usually prompt writing, and where we have to write a prompt that sets the audience up to be funny. And then like there's usually some oddball ones. Speaking of which, we have a question coming in from the chat, mostly for Claire, of how did Blather Round come to be?
Oh, how fantastic.
Which I think that goes into the game design, but they're saying it seems like it's kind of a mixture of trades, Balderdash, Taboo, a lot of different games. So like how did you come up with it?
I came up with it. Well, the original idea was I don't like that many games. And so every year when the game process comes around, I sit down like this at my desk and I think, what do I like? And I really do like playing, like those games that you named are the type I like. And I really like playing this game with my family. The one, it's called so many different things, like Fruit Bowl or Celebrity, but it's like the first round is charades, the second round is you can only use one word, and like the third round is you can only use a noise to describe what you're getting at. So I like that kind of thing. Obviously that's not what Blather Round is actually like at all, but that's sort of like doing the best you can with what you have, and you have very limited resources, was sort of like the jumping off point. So then that's kind of where it came from. And then once I brought it to Jackbox and we play tested it, and then I had then the engineers came in and we're building prototypes. And of course, then it just like really evolves into its own very collaborative thing from there.
Yeah. Game design's pretty collaborative. We play test forever. Even you can come with just the germ of an idea and start playing with it. And then you kind of find what's fun.
Yeah.
Even like, sometimes it changes because you kind of chase the fun, which is like improv. You chase the funny of the scene.
Yeah. A lot of us are from the Chicago comedy scene.
Yeah.
I would say everyone here.
Yeah.
And so a lot of our games have started as improv games, especially Brooke Bright, famed game director.
Brooke Bright in comment just yelling, I cannot. So that's her
She must
inclusion.
not.
What could you not do? She just adds to the mystery. We do have a question of where do you find the facts for Fibbage 3? I would say I would expand that to all of our trivia game. How does everybody do research around here? Right? That's right.
You have to apply for a grant.
No. All right, fine.
Oh, the coffee's hitting the skeleton.
Everyone here is writing for a trivia game, except for me, because I'm busy writing a different game. But like, what do you do? How do you start your research day if you're like, oh, I have to write smart stuff today?
Paris.
I just think of, I'm a real pop culture junkie. So I just reach into the depths of my pop culture database and I pull something as obscure as possible out and try and make it work. But yeah, just, think about movies, TV that you watch, books that you've read.
Do you just like sit there and try to think of something you like?
Just go to the old.
Something permeates the darkness of my subconscious, floats to the center, and I grab it, and then I put it in the game.
You wake up in the middle of the night like, bag.
In a cold sweat, I'm like, Ryan Seacrest.
Yeah. So yeah, much like Chuck, they plant the writers with an intersect as soon as they get into this company. Yeah, that's a reference.
Raise your hand if you don't get it.
Oh, wow.
Went on the panel.
All right, someone in chat tell me I'm very funny. Anyway, have a different research besides mining the depths of the human brain?
I mean, I do the opposite. I make the membrane between myself and the world as thin as possible, and I like to go for a long walk and just like look at things and be like, oh, shorts. And then I have a Google Doc and I write down like, oh, alligator, death, shorts, vermouth. I'm just naming things. Yeah. And then later I go and sometimes I'll Google them and just be like, oh, that's what shorts are. And then I'll try and like reverse engineer a question into it. Because otherwise I'll just only write questions about like volcanoes and I don't know, reality TV. The only two things I like.
Yeah.
I do like to Google things and just type something into the Google box and see what auto populates after it. And I'm like, let's go down that path.
Yeah. I've been using a lot of random word generator, just like it's communication, constitution. Like, okay, now let's think about it. The workflow for a trivia game is so entirely different than pretty much any other games. Only because it requires like those 3 or 4 levels of like, is this interesting? Is this funny? Is this true? Is this a good trivia question? And those are like very separate things. And we're at the point now in our current trivia game where we've thought of everything, but that is such a fun opportunity to find trivia questions that are just real wonky and real weird and interesting, where Tim Sniffen says that's where the magic happens. So
yeah, to get back to Fibbage 3, if you write here for a while, there's different types of trivia games, and sometimes I'm looking for fact. I'm like, this isn't good for this because, like, say for this game, you want a question that a lot of people know, you want them to succeed. This is too obscure, so this would make a good Fibbage question because Fibbage, you want to be more interesting than well known, and so then I have like documents open that I'm writing for a bunch of future potential sequels or different types of trivia things. So sometimes I'll find a fact that's not good for this game, but maybe another one. Speaking of different games, we do have a question, crappy icebreaker question. Everybody say one nice thing about their least favorite Jackbox game. Let's get fired.
Say a nice thing about our least favorite game.
Yeah, okay, I'll start off. I am bad at drawing. So all Jackbox drawing games frustrate me. And so I will say, like, while it's least favorite, it's totally a personal thing because I know people love the drawing games and whatnot. I do really love Drawful for being the worse I am, the funnier the game becomes. Versus some other drawing games where I'm bad at it, it just means I'm losing.
In Drawful, I'll even explain like why the drawing's bad. I'm like, ignore the third arm there, and like you're writing on the screen. It's really sad. Yeah.
Yeah. Anybody else want to?
I can't think of a bad game.
What can we say?
Love them all.
We don't
Love
make
them
bad
all.
games
I dare you to play
here.
Word Spud right now. Let's stream it. Let's do it. Put your money where your mouth is.
I'm also terrible at drawing. And
Yeah.
so when I started, I was like, I'm not going to do well at Drawful. And now that I've been like writing for it, it's one of my favorite games. So maybe you just need to force yourself to do something enough times that you love it instead of hate it.
I really love faking
like
it,
advice.
but I'm not good at it. So that would be my least favorite, just because I always get caught in the lie. But it was so fun to play during quarantine, especially.
Yeah.
But yeah, faking
What's
it, I
your
always
tell? How can people tell that you're lying?
I smile and laugh.
So
Yeah, that's-
every day.
You
So,
start sweating, shaking. You're like taking your sweatshirt off.
so you've been lying this entire stream. Anybody else got a least favorite they want to talk about, or do you want to move on to the next question?
I have something to say for the question before.
Yeah.
Because when I was writing, like when we're writing for Drawful Animate, it's different than trivia because you don't have to look anything up, but you do sort of empty your brain after you've written a couple prompts. There's just nothing there anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a book, a Richard Scarry's like town book,
Mm-hmm.
where each page has a lot of different nouns on it. It'll be like a worm carrying blueberries to a sparrow. And then I open that and I'll write prompts about like the different things.
Oh,
Not, I'll be like, oh, a blueberry.
yeah. You're not writing
That's my research.
Yeah, we do have an eclectic mixture of books on our bookshelf that we have there for research, ostensibly, including a couple of romance novels,
Hello.
which I just noticed.
Throbbing.
Somebody want to fess up? We have a couple questions here. I think from our comic experience, Second City IO, does anybody want to quickly run down their resume, comedy-wise, or?
I mean, that's
I'm an understudy at Second City. I'm in the theatricals. Before COVID, I was doing their late night shows. I was on a cruise ship for Second City. And then I also perform at the Annoyance in Chicago in long form genre improv. And that's about it.
I absolutely thought you were joking when you said, should we say our resume?
I thought
I thought they said yes.
I prefer not to.
Okay.
Let's just have him. Do
Okay,
the
so now I
standout.
feel
CJ's the. That is very funny.
I thought you were making a joke.
Liz, you have to give your resume now.
Oh, I'm an understudy at the Second City. I
Which
was
is say
everything.
head writer for Devils in the Details.
Yeah, wait a minute.
I have
You're
a
married
child.
to Buzzy.
Aw.
My wife's name is Buzzy. It's a real name. I put her name in every Jackbox Party Pack in some way, shape, or form since I've started here.
That's really cute.
All right, never mind.
No, I do think that's a
Moving
valid.
on.
Yes, those are the institutions like Second City IO, The Annoyance, Liz and Allie and Paris. You all write for The Onion in some capacity, right?
Mhm.
So those are kind of like the Chicago-y places for big laughs and
for big laughs.
tiny chuckles. And then you just like, as a performer, you sort of rotate through, do different stuff.
We had to, nope, that's not quite right. Now we have from Jackbox, Michelle, everyone give your name and give a fun fact.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow. Well, I'm an understudy at Second City.
Okay.
My wife is in busy.
I was
my
head
wife.
writer. I don't
He's
know.
fucking up. He's gone rogue.
My version of my wife is that I have a sketch duo called Spooky Dookie,
Oh, yeah.
and I will try to put that into all of our games. So some of us have families, some of us have
Some
of us-
sketch duos.
Some of us have sketch duos.
Some of us have a cat.
I try
Yeah,
to get
really
the word
important.
piss in a lot, and people say no.
Liz's wife is Piss.
Oh, Piss Anderson?
Yeah, it's me, Piss
Oh,
Anderson.
Piss
Yeah. Oh,
Anderson.
It's me.
We're saying wrap it up behind the camera.
No,
Say-
actually, we've been asked to slate. We've been asked to sing 16 bars. We're just auditioning for the audience now. Please give a story about game design, one dramatic, one comedic.
These are all actor
One
jokes.
contemporary. Yeah.
Yes.
Um,
Oh, we have a question for our producer that says you still have 40 minutes.
okay.
Thank you, Billy.
Thanks for that question, Belia.
We're
Thanks for
killing
that
it
question.
We're
right
doing
now.
great.
Just,
Great game design.
Subscribe,
Jackbox
use the
games.
emotes.
Does anyone have any questions about writing for the games?
Oh, is that what we should be talking
We
about?
are writers.
We do actually have a question coming on. Hold on. Ooh. Okay. What experiences, lived or imagined, have proven the most useful in this job? So my past experience is really like fed into this job. Well, I'm an understudy, as I can say. Improv's good. Improv's good, especially when we have bigger meetings, especially when we're doing game design and being like taking somebody's idea and saying yes and trying to expand upon it, as opposed to shooting down. Also, I was a copywriter for a long time for hire, so companies would have me write their blogs or whatnot, which involved a lot of research. I would write for like aluminum siding companies. I'd write for marketing companies.
You did the aluminum siding blog that went viral.
That's it. Did you know you could save 20% on your normal heating costs
CJ,
with this one trick?
Were you in the aluminum naughty?
That was in the aluminum.
Oh, there it is.
There it
Allie
is.
Rubin.
There you go. But no, it was just doing a lot of research real fast. And that's about it.
What that question for the newer Paris?
Yeah.
For the newer Paris.
Same question for the newer Paris. There's some older Parises, but I replaced them.
In France.
If your name is Paris, you can apply for the Paris
The
spot
Paris.
at Jackbox.
Yeah. There's always got to be someone.
There was a
Fill
young
the
gun.
role. I would say, writing for The Onion really taught me like brevity and how to keep things, succinct and tight and as punchy as possible. And I would say that was probably the most beneficial before.
Yeah, got to keep it quick.
Yeah.
You think when you're writing it, you're like, but I got to get the whole thing in. And then you're playing the game and the host says it and you're waiting for them to finish and everyone's eyes are going off to the side and you're like, no!
People's eyes are glazing over.
Yeah. What about you, Allie? Has your PhD in geology helped?
Wow. No, not at all. Honestly, that didn't even cross my mind for this question. I was going to say I did what CJ did, like writing content for companies, which is how I came up with that incredible aluminum naughty joke. That I just feel like we didn't appreciate enough, maybe.
Holds up.
Can we rewind real fast?
Thank you.
I think I said Allie Rubin, everybody, and then you waved, and we had a whole moment.
It wasn't enough for her.
I'm gonna ask for the respect I feel I deserve, and then also I think the other thing that's helped is like knowing a lot of people and talking to a lot of people, and something that I do when I write now for hosts is like try and think of a person who they're like in my life and just try and like write for them. That sounds weird. It sounds like I'm writing dialogue for people I know, but it helps me. So yeah, and then geology, whatever. Everyone knows about geology.
Knowing a lot of people and talking to a lot of people, so you're just really popular and you just wanted to drop that
I guess all the friends and loved ones I have.
I guess if you can't relate, that's fine. That's on you. But,
my large social circle.
It is morning, and I'm getting dragged all over this town by Allie Rubin.
Liz the Hermit Anderson, do you have any?
Yeah, so there's what Paris mentioned. Onion writing is very precise and within a specific voice, and learning how to write quickly for different editorial voices has been so helpful because each game does have a different vibe and each editorial director has a different idea of like, well, this is the particular way I want this game to be funny.
Liz just froze. She gave her
kind of a cool point.
Yeah.
She just
gave her
dropped the
a
mic.
bit.
Am I back? Am I back?
Oh, yeah, you're back.
Right. Yeah, and I ended that sentence well, and no one else can say otherwise. But the other thing that has been super useful, weirdly, this year has been like the research skills that you learn in like high school of how to cite a paper and things like that. Because when it comes to trivia, the trivia needs to be right, unfortunately. doing things like knowing, okay, what are actual good primary resources and what is good common knowledge, and diving back into the things that you knew as a high schooler has the breadth of experience has been that I've used this year has been very different.
Real quick, we have a real quick question of how many words do you know?
10.
Four and full,
Yeah.
29.
Great.
4 or 4.
4 by 4.
4 or 4, yeah.
4 or 4. We're right.
Depends which 4.
And then, I mean,
Any given day.
Allie's so popular, she knows all the words.
I mean, all the words know me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then this is good. I like this one. How do you decide on the voice of each game's host? Which is, I want to take it both ways. Like the voice editorial, and then voice, finding the actor, actress. Yeah.
Well, in my experience, so the first time that I was sort of in charge of that was Dictionarium. And if you've played Dictionarium, very fun, pretty simple game. It's in PAX 6. And because the game itself was pretty simple, I felt like that gave me sort of space to create a very present host that would sort of add color and texture. So I made her very European and weird. But I think that only worked because the game is so straightforward. You're making up, or you're writing a definition for a fake word, and you're writing a synonym, and you're putting it in a sentence, and it's very just kind of a very simple, lovely ta 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 ta. So then there's room for asides. This year I'm on Drawful Animate, and the host's voice, there's just a lot, there's more going on. I mean, that's also kind of, it's a franchise.
Legacy.
It's a legacy title. So this is a sequel. So we already have our host, but it makes kind of sense that she's much more sort of subdued and sarcastic, and doesn't take up a lot of airtime because there isn't a lot of airtime that you kind of want to fill. So part of thinking about the host, maybe the first step for me is to think about what the game needs. And then if the game already has a lot going on, that for Devils in the Details, there was so much going on.
So yeah, so we brought back old hand Tim Sniffen. She's good at the wheel, drives us safely to where we need to go. He's also in chat, so I'm making fun of him.
He is? Hi, Tim.
Hi, Tim.
Hi, Timberly.
And for me, the first one I had to decide was push the button, and then this time it was poll mine. And in both those, I have big characters. In Push the Button, it's an artificial intelligence robot. In Poll Mine, it's a witch. And so with that, you almost kind of want to scale it back, because these are big characters, but they also have to be instructional. They have to guide people with the games. So big characters that are still clear, easy to understand, etc. Sorry, I just saw another question I like. What tools?
Sorry.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep up with chat. Does anybody else have anything to say about hosts?
Paris is snuggling one of the TMP
Paris,
dolls.
you're clearly lying. Okay. Going off the panel description, what tools from a writing or game design perspective help you bring out the funny person and comedically challenged players? So Jackbox Games, our goal is to make the audience funny. How do you help people be funny through editorial or writing?
Liz, what was your experience working on Quiplash 3 and
yeah.
trying to set people up for success?
Yeah, Quiplash is the note that you get when you're writing Quiplash is that it is important for the game not to be the funniest person in the room. Because
which is why we were all hired.
Yes. We're all second funniest.
Which but you get the note all the time, hey, this safety quip is a little bit too funny. Because you are.
I never got that note.
Another brag from Liz.
Humble brag.
I'm very excellent at making piss jokes. But what you need to do is put yourself in a scenario and put yourself in the mind space of a player to be what is going to give you the most freedom to free associate something that is within your own personality, setting up not something that's not so specific that they're going to get hung up, but just like, well, what's a word that you like? What's something that they can, within those 45 seconds, say like, oh, this is just something that I like, and I'm going to put this in here because I know what the answer is for me, which is that's a very vague way of describing it. But yeah, I'll throw that back to you guys.
Us in the studio. Thanks for our correspondent piss. Yeah, one of the things when you're writing a lot of the prompt games where the player is getting a prompt on their phone and having to put something in, when we write the actual prompt, we will, like, it helps to think of like 3 or 4 different answers. And if the only type of, or not answers, but responses, if the only ones you can think of are all kind of the same, like, and then therefore the prompt is like asking for like a poop joke or something, then usually we try not to do those because it shuffles the player into a kind of a narrow line. And ideally, like, you know, you could be playing with anybody and they should be able to write like, Dr. Curtains. And then that would be funny. I'm not sure.
Dr. Curtains, that's classic.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what prompt would elicit Dr. Curtains.
What is the name of your
who's
doctor?
the doctor of your couch?
Who finally got their degree after 5 years?
Who is the doctor of your couch? Ship it! Quiplash 4. The answer, Dr. Curtains.
It's gold. You getting this down?
You could also write frowny face, he died. And then that would be another, like, that'd be another
Great,
funny
classic
answer. Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
Why does the doctor have to be a he? Okay, let's assess. When I said Dr. Curtains, did you think it was a man? Oh, okay.
I got to be honest with you. You said Dr. Burns, and I just stopped thinking.
Everyone clicks their brain off.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. We have a lot of good questions coming in.
Any questions for Dr. Curtains? Just personally message me.
Right. We'll give Claire's personal phone number.
And I'll give her a ring.
Okay.
Because I'm going to ask her to marry me. Okay. Surely the coffee did hit, and I thank you.
I have a question for the panel.
Yes, Liz.
Oh.
Of any of the work that has been announced so far, is there a prompt or something you've written that you think is your favorite that you can think of? Without the context of the actual game.
Oh, boy. Well, we did actually have a question of do you also do a favorite in-joke that you snuck into a game? So I think that's like combined. Like favorite in-joke or favorite personal thing that you wrote. I just wrote a prompt that is going into Poll Mine that I think is the stupidest thing ever, that I put it in because as editorial lead, I was trying to be like very professional and like make sure this game is good. And this was one I was like, you know what? CJ gonna have fun.
Tell us the prompt.
Yeah, you can do Poll Mine. It's just Poll Mine survey game. You have 8 options, and it's just a gangster tried to kill you and you failed. What do you say when you burst back in the room? And it's just 8 cool action lines, and one of them is "Yum yum, me hungry for revenge." And it is just so not a bland opinion question, but I wanted it in.
I wonder, I would only say yum yum me hunky for revenge if perhaps a baby gangster had killed me.
And you're trying to get down to their level.
Right. Like the baby needs to understand that me hungry.
Okay, for revenge. Anybody else got a personal thing they slipped into a game that you really love? We did have a question. Is anybody here writing for the 5th game of Jackbox? We all are. We can't talk about it.
No, and Liz refuses to answer that.
Yeah, so Liz had to go away.
Liz absolutely zooted out.
Liz was about to say something about the 5th game, and Allard assassinated her.
Liz is now in the Jackbox protection program.
It's a lot of fun for families and friends.
Okay, it's very hard for me to read, but I do see that we have a question for Dr. Curtin.
Okay.
Which is, can you look at my mole? Again, just go ahead and send me that pic.
Liz,
I am not soliciting photos.
Liz, Do you have a personal favorite joke that you snuck into a game?
Well, I asked the question. I can't respond to it because I have lots of them, and that would make me seem very self-centered.
You ask it and just list 17.
I gave my resume because of you, Liz. You have to answer this question.
The one that I do talk about all the time that I think got in was in talking points. One of the presentation prompts is so you have titles and then you fill it kind of Mad Libs, you fill in the titles of the prompt is, this is a presentation about blank with just Star Wars quotes peppered in, and all of the signposts are actual Star Wars quotes. I've never seen it played, but
you imagine that it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Anybody else, especially new writers, you can sneak it now to tease what's coming out in the party pack.
I have a favorite joke. I don't want to ruin it, but it's very stupid. But if you're playing the trivia game, if you're playing the wheel, if you get any questions about any skateboarders, you may know. Please
I know what you're talking about.
Just DM me on Twitter or something, and we'll have a laugh. It was so stupid, and it's one of those things where I was just like, oh, I can't believe like CJ's gangster thing, where I was like, oh, like I can't believe it got in. Like I didn't know jokes could go in places.
But you see, you had somebody edit that. I'm the editorial lead of this game. Anything goes in that I want. It's only my conscience stopping me.
Very true.
So those,
hungry for revenge.
I'm just saying those skateboarding ones were signed off by a second person. You're not solely to blame.
To blame.
Paris, do you have a favorite joke?
I wonder if this got in, but I think everybody really loved it. A drawful animate prompt.
Yes, we all loved it.
Mingling at the Salem witch trials.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely. Go on.
Yes.
I love to take like a historical event, and then what's the weirdest thing that you could do?
That really made me laugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People mingling in the front and then in the back.
Like drinks, you know.
I'm just here at the network.
Are you going to trials tonight? Who's up tonight?
Okay, we said 11 already. Can we go?
Goody Elizabeth is on tonight.
Oh, boy.
Let's go. I heard Brian's going to be there.
Ryan.
I would say also, as editorial, Allie, Liz, and Paris have all written excellent surveys for Poll Line. I recommend you
Buy the pack?
Buy the pack. You can get, see if I can do this off the top of my head. You can get Paris's, which X-Men do you find sexiest? You can get Allie's, if you were a farmer, which crop would you think would be more successful?
Did you even put that one in the game? I thought that one was boring.
I redid that one to make it.
Okay, thank you.
And Liz, you can get which orb do you want on your side, including Pac-Man or the sun.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Which orb?
So I'll talk you three up if you do not want to talk you three up.
Yeah, y'all are looking at content machines.
Yeah.
Allie, Liz, Paris, and then Ramel and Aaron are our other like full-time content, like just all day writing stuff, putting it into the void.
Yeah, this is also not all the writers here. We should mention we have.
This is maybe half.
What? This is about half. Well, staff-wise, it's more than half. But then there's people, the producers, directors also write for the game pretty consistently.
Yeah.
Which would be people you're familiar with, Ryan Warren from the Party Stream, and of course.
Ryan Warren.
Yeah, Ryan Warren. Running for Senate. Of course, Arnie, who is hated by all. And Tim in the chat writes some when he's not being just a steady hand.
Drawing, speaking, hosting.
And then, and then Ramel and Aaron are two new ones.
Yes.
This year with this party pack.
A lot of questions for Dr. Curtains.
All right.
Oh, there was a good question from Bexy, I believe, that would do the voiceover posts, stick to the script, or like I can't remember because it's off the screen now. But sorry,
Brooke is also a writer. She just hemmed into the chat.
I know. I thought it was pretty bold that you were going to name all the writers because I was like, I'll forget somebody.
And I did. Because Brooke is more than a writer. She is the heart of Jackbox games.
Wow. Overcompensating now.
Big way. All right.
But so the way it works with our voiceover, our wonderful hosts, we have a booth. Actually, now we have 2 booths in the office. So historically, and it's changed a little bit with the pandemic now, but we'll bring the hosts in, and then either the director or the editorial lead kind of runs the session. And it's very much on script because we're going through it really quickly. The way you have to write, so when you're playing once through the game, you're going to get like one version of each moment, but then there's a ton of like each thing that the host says, we have multiple alts, so like other versions of the line, so that when you play it again, you won't get the same joke, you won't get the same "let's go." Instead, you'll get like, "Come on."
Keep going.
Instead, you'll get "welcome." And so we just have a lot to record, way more than you would think when you're just like playing Quiplash once through with your friends. But so we kind of move really quickly. There are, though, since the host will come back multiple sessions, I do feel like it's not so much that you're improvising or writing something in the booth with them, but definitely I think whatever experience we have with the host, like the first session, that will definitely impact what then I write for the next one, because that person's like personality or what they're good at, or like, for example, in Drawful Animate, our host, Katie, did like a robot voice, which I just thought was really funny. So then for the next couple sessions, I just specifically wrote robot lines for her. And that has happened like each year, because the actors have like their own little special thing that's really funny. And then we can kind of lean into that once we've worked with them for one session.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like one thing that we missed in the pandemic that we're getting back to now is being in the office with the booths. By the way, here's a dumb joke that was in my head when you said that. It's like you said we have 2 booths in the office, and historically, and I really thought you were going to end with, booths kill Abraham Lincoln.
Right.
But I don't know why I had to get one out. But being in the office means that sometimes you are pulled in, especially the writers, to do voices for the games, especially side voices, which hopefully we're going to be getting back to. Well, actually, it's already happened because Liz, you were just in a commercial, right?
Yeah, Wheel of Enormous Proportions has my whiny little voice.
And I was in the Pole Mine commercial, and then we'll be like background in the waiting rooms for the commercials. Like somebody had mentioned the You Don't Know Jack commercials.
Oh yeah.
Those commercials are all Jackbox staff, not just writers, but everybody in the office.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We're not doing auditions for the You Don't Know Jack commercial.
No, we are not. Although we pulled in a few special people. We have a McElroy brother and a couple of them.
We do.
Yeah. I don't remember which one. I think Justin. And I don't know if he's in the credits. I can say that. Yeah, but it just fun stuff like that. There is a lot of like on the fly grand people. And you, Claire, you're one of the special endings for Trivia Murder Party.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I'm a detective.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's really fun. We record that stuff in a flurry usually towards the end of production, and then you forget that you're in the games because it was just like one of the audio engineers popping their head out and being like, "Can you come scream for me?" And then you go scream in the booth.
Oh, I tried. My wife is screaming in one of the commercials.
And what
you
about
heard it first?
City?
My wife is screaming
in one of the commercials.
So I think that person asked, "What is your favorite? Do you have a favorite You Don't Know Jack commercial?"
Oh,
and I'm having trouble remembering anything we wrote.
Yeah, boy, because you write a ton of those, and then
I did a song. I sang a song about shrimp tails, and I can't remember it. So is that a good answer?
Is that good? Is that a good one?
If you hear a song about shrimp tails, that's me.
That was me.
I like the fast ones. That's the like 2-line ones.
Yeah.
And it would lose its magic if done without the voice. But the bike shop one's really funny. I I have, is there a joke you thought was great that just seemed to bomb unexpectedly? Does anybody have like a question or a prompt you wanted to get in that didn't get in that you can say on air that didn't get cut because of your horrible beliefs?
I had one for Drawful, which was way too long. And it was supposed to be, I don't know what I was thinking. It was like a dialogue between two characters. And it was like, oh my gosh, Porky Pig. It's Mr. Pig.
No.
And I'm retired now. So that didn't make it in.
Gotcha.
Maybe something.
The editorial guide wasn't clear. Paris was submitting full pilots.
Right.
Novel anime.
Right. Retired Mr. Porky Pig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron in the chat has asked, what's our favorite thing about Ramel and Aaron?
Oh, okay.
I don't know him that well. Couldn't really
Yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
the same
Paris
Aaron
is
who
very
asked the
mysterious.
question, does anyone have ideas for a trivia round? Aaron, we can't give you... That's your job.
Yeah. I mean, what I love about Ramel and Aaron is they really let me sharpen my editorial sword because they needed the most work out of all the writing.
Say these things.
Just
They are
bless them for
talented.
that, just to be the low-hanging fruit I could easily pick off the tree and throw into a ditch.
Very
One of my favorite things about Ramel is that despite the fact that we have to write clean for the games, he will still once in a while just throw in a dirty, disgusting prompt. Not disgusting, but just so far beyond. I know, Ramel, that you know that we cannot say the word masturbate in the game. And yet it will show up in a prompt.
I also love that Ramel and I are both dads and sit next to each other, and we talked about it, getting our babies to sleep for about half an hour yesterday.
A lot of dads in the office.
A lot of dads in the office.
And
A lot of
moms.
Second City understudies. A lot of dads.
A lot of dads.
I'm the only one of each on this screen. I'm not, there's another good question here. And a lot of bad ones. Oh, God.
Come on.
Did the mini games for TMP come from game ideas that weren't greenlit?
Yes and no. There is a lot of we come up with ideas and pitches that don't work here, but might work as a mini game or it might work as a round in this game. There's a lot of recycling or just not throwing out everything. Like you said, finding what's fun about it. And if it doesn't work as a full game, it might work as a mini game, might work as a different section of something else.
Yeah. I think that some did come from that, and it was just, and then some came from us genuinely trying to think of what's the simplest game that could exist. And then that works for a mini game, but obviously wouldn't work for a full blown Jackbox game. I'm really struggling to read, so if anyone else can read from here.
One question I liked is, do game ideas usually start in the writing room or more of the programming side? And the easiest answer is everywhere. There is no one section of Jackbox that usually starts. However, different types of games usually start in different sections. So Joke Boat, Blather Round, very word-based games are starting in writing rooms.
Job coming out in JPP 8.
Versus stuff like Devils in the Details, or a lot of drawing games are more programming-ish, or would involve new technology we want to play with. That would start on the programmer side. Yeah,
I think that's a pretty fair assessment. Well done, TJ.
Thanks. There's a reason you let me understudy it. There's a reason my child lets me read.
I feel like a lot of times. Oh, go ahead.
There's what you hope happens is that you can collaborate with either if you're on an engineering side, collaborating with writer or vice versa, especially during pitching, because I didn't pitch a lot in this past ideation phase, but I noticed that if you can get something in a controller and in a playable format, it is so much easier to explain what the game is, especially when we did all of our playtesting remote this year, which was a unique challenge.
Yes.
But yeah, the sooner you can start talking to folks about your idea and how I can put this into a phone or a computer ASAP, it's part of the process.
Yes. That is a good thing to say, is that traditionally, historically,
Booth killed Lincoln.
Booth killed Lincoln. So they say. Listen to my podcast, The Real Story.
Behind the booth.
Yeah. We would, when we play test games in the past, it's a lot of Sharpies and paper and very simply like, oh, write this down and then pass it to your neighbor and then they're doing something. And you can facilitate it pretty quickly and then ideate and transform games really fast. And then in the pandemic, we were having to be online. So it just took a lot longer to like rig up. We were using like slides, Google Slides.
Jamboard.
Yeah.
Jamboard.
Jamboards.
Like Slacking, a lot of Slacking people with prompts, which is funny. So then like if I go back and I'll look at Slack conversations with some people, it's just me, especially when we were like testing out Drawful Animate and stuff. It's just like, I've sent them a string of like,
Nonsense.
your uncle is vomiting, like, like red dog screaming, just blah, 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 as if I'm like bullying them over the course of weeks with these prompts. But it's just that's how we were communicating the prompts while we were in like Zoom or Discord playtests.
Do you want to shout out? We have about 10 minutes left, so this is your last chance to get any questions in real fast, such as important ones, such as what's your favorite Jackbox Party Pack 8 game to work on?
Uh-oh. Let's hear it, Paris.
Coal mine.
Yeah.
Coal mine. So much.
Paris is a pole mine savant.
Yeah, Paris
say
was
that.
excellent at Pull Mine.
You did say that.
We cannot mention the 5th game, so if that's your favorite, shut up.
Redact it. What about you, Liz?
Oh, Jackbox Party Pack 8. I love all the games that will be good for friends and family to play
All right.
together.
Okay.
Allard really did get to her in that cutout.
He pulled her offline. He gave her a firm talking to.
Oh, sorry.
You get back there and you plug.
It's a good 15-minute party game to spend time and break tension amongst your coworkers.
Spend time and break tension. That's gonna be our new tagline.
Spend time, break tension. Jackbox games.
You got to start
We
playing our
broke
games.
tension all night.
Oh, God.
Let's get the game started.
Okay, I guess Liz passed on that. Allie,
Yes,
what's
I
your favorite?
Yeah, Liz, that was a real punt. I like. I think it's a tie between. I really like Drawful Animate, and I also weirdly really like the wheel doing trivia because I like writing for that. I like writing for the
Weirdly.
host. Not weirdly, like it's the hardest one,
Right.
but I'm not
Yeah.
afraid of a challenge because I'm
Like some people.
Wow. Okay.
unlike
Allie
some
is
people.
being very eligible on this.
Yeah.
Very popular. Not afraid of a challenge.
And I am
Geology.
single. Yeah, if anyone is looking, I
Well,
can't tell you where I am.
No.
No.
I do think you're going to win the circle, though. So you got that.
Right.
covered.
It's a reality show video diary. Right.
I feel like
Very powerful.
this is so much funnier if you don't know how unpopular I am in my real
No.
life.
Do writers get to choose which games to work on, or do you get assigned, or do you work
No.
collaboratively across
They make
all
us
the
work
games?
on all of them.
Yeah.
No, you don't get to really.
You don't get. They just throw you stuff. If you get to a position where you're editorial lead, you can just be like, busy on my game, can't write for this
Can't-
one, bye.
Can't write for yours.
Yeah.
But there are general, like, this is how much we generally need from each writer for each game. But then something that naturally happens, such as Paris loving Pole Mine, is that you'll sort of be more inspired by certain games and then write more for them. And in a perfect world, which we live in, no problems. Thank you, government. Thank you, government.
She's a little paranoid all of her.
Yeah.
All of her.
All this Doc Curtin
Movement is to
talk.
Claire as Allard is to Liz.
Yes.
Her phones were tapped, so she has to say that.
In a perfect world, it kind of evens out so that if you are not super inspired by trivia, for example, but you're writing more on other games and somebody else like Allie is like really on a kick for the wheel, then we'll end up meeting our goals without having everyone have to strictly divide their time evenly. Like Like the government wants.
Yeah, I mean, luckily sometimes it's also staggered that like we start running for one game first because it's ready to go first,
That's fun.
and you can get ahead on that content. So that by the time the next game is done, then you can start running for that one, and then that's what. That way, you rarely do you get the right equal amounts for all 5 games at the same time. Maybe like a month or 2 weeks there's a bleed over on that, but that's about it.
That's what's happening right now. It's like we're like 2 games where like we're basically done.
Yeah, 2 games ready to ship. Want to play them? Let's do it.
No. We have 2 minutes left. Let's play Job.
Let's play. Oh my gosh, I almost read that out loud.
How do you choose the theme of a party pack, like space and bath? Great question, Trust Red Herrings. Our creative officer, is that what a CO is?
Yeah.
Yep, Allard decides and mocks it up.
It's usually, and often it's based on art. The idea of what images would look cool gathered together, or etc. A lot of Jackbox themes stuff is very art based. Once again, it's a very collaborative process.
Yeah.
And so even if we're like editorial guide writing the voice of the host, that's very affected by what the host looks like, for example.
If the host is on screen.
If the host is on screen.
Every time you say etc., I think you say Excedrin.
Etc. Fast acting.
This is such a good commercial for Excedrin.
CJ
Do you
is
have a headache after
editorial
watching
lead
us for 1 minute?
Excedrin.
Yeah.
Take an Excedrin.
Just pop one of those babies back.
Hey. I think we're just getting a lot of congratulations in the chat now. Good questions.
Thank you.
A lot of love for Allard.
What's Cookie like in real life? He's a dream.
Yeah. Cookie Masterson.
Cookie Masterson. He lives in the office.
Mm-hmm.
He sleeps vertically in the server closet.
We open it.
Don't
He gives
we
us
all?
a trivia question. It's a good start to the day.
We feed him.
Did working remotely help at all with playtesting games that would be played remotely? E.g. realizing the mechanic doesn't work unless you're in the same room. That's a big thing. Usually with the party pack these days, we want games that work remotely since there's so big of streamers. We're okay with one game being like, okay, this is a room game. This is okay. Because we want different types of games. They don't all have to play the same.
The last game, the remaining game is actually just Frisbee golf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
IRL.
Mhm.
So it'll give you the geographical coordinates.
And
then of a local Frisbee golf game.
you just run out.
You just run out and try to get them. But you have to say the room code when you get there.
Which is
Otherwise, they're like, no.
Yeah.
The room
And
code
we'll ship
field, outdoors.
all right, let's see if we can rapid fire. Which game has your favorite visual style?
Probably Monopoly.
Real.
I love the little man.
Yeah, Wheel.
Okay.
The
Oh,
control's
and Pole
really
Mine.
beautiful.
Pole Mine, the little Pole Mine characters.
All mine characters.
Oh, love those
Yeah.
little guys.
Yeah, this pack or any pack if you want to go deep into the past too.
I love the people in Push the Button.
Okay.
I love watching them walk the gangplank into the ship.
Very satisfying.
Yeah. Shout out to Bruno.
I won't say anything of note, but I love the visual style of the 5th game we have not released.
What a great cliffhanger. I'll now say the title.
Paris already said it. It's Frisbee golf.
Finally,
Right.
what are the names of your pets?
Oh, wonderful. Francis Nut McFadden.
Cat?
My 2 cats, their government names are Cleo and Eve, but I call them Tiger and Baby.
Okay. So I have a cat named Scully, named Scully from the X-Files.
I love that.
I love you.
Mulder,
I love
it's me.
etc.
Allie.
I have a cat named Meryl. Her full name is Meryl Streep from the movie Mamma Mia.
Nah.
Excellent. And I'm babysitting a cat this week. His name is Phineas, and he is a menace to me.
Okay, we
And
have
for society.
Wow.
2 minutes left. What is the last question? Last question. I don't know. I've lost the chat. Oh, we can just start the wrap? All right. Never
We
mind.
have a wonderful question that says thank you.
Aw.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see my name, but I can't read it.
It says
Paris.
Paris with the real answers.
Yay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Paris.
Red
Paris.
government name, true name.
Yeah, that is the arc of this episode, is Paris not giving any details to Paris giving more than enough details.
She gave us the government names of her cats.
Yes.
I I would love to. Hey, PAX viewers, how's your experience? We would love to ask you questions. So, how's it been? The convention?
Please give those interjectives we're told to wrap up.
Okay.
Is there a
you
sniper
can-
aimed on you right now?
I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Liz is 30 seconds away from saying smash that like button.
Smash
Smash that subscribe button.
Smash that subscribe. Please, in the comments, drop the government name of your cat.
And of course, please check out the Jackbox Party Pack 8 in the fall with 4 games that we've already announced. Pull Mine, Drawful Animate, The Wheel of Enormous Proportions, and Job, and a 5th yet to be named. We have been the Jackbox Writers Room. We are only half the room, the other half. A lot of people, including Brooke Bright, probably the star of the show. I'm CJ Tor, an understudy at with me has also been... Anybody?
Paris Newton.
Claire McFadden.
Allie
Signing
Ribbon.
off.
Elizabeth Anderson.
And of course, we have Bialia just yelling at us.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Oh. Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far. and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery. with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom Class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisition.
The history of hacking is a history of people and of technology. It's a story of ingenuity and creativity, and of destruction and greed. There are two sides to the concept, two ways to define the term. One is predominantly negative, to break into a computer system, usually with malicious intent. And one is predominantly positive, to modify or write a program in a clever or skillful way. These aspects and the ideas we associate with them are central to the way that hacking is portrayed in popular media. There's an interesting, often uncomfortable space this sort of fiction occupies, which lends itself to stories about borders, laws, and the fringes of social norms. Between the 1970s and the 1990s, three innovations, the personal computer, the internet, and the World Wide Web, all conspired to connect people all over the world, not only to one another, but to online stores, banks, and myriad other services. The impact was revelatory. Entirely new online economies were born, new business models. But with the internet growing at an exponential rate, it became something of a Wild West. The public's basic understanding of how computers work, combined with corporate hyperbole for their potential and power, made them a ripe theme for exploration in popular culture. And almost hand in hand with this theme was the idea of hacking. Hacking was essentially a license for Hollywood to feature computers prominently while telling age-old stories. Hacking lends itself to modernized crime capers, heists, and thrillers. Dial up the jargon and you can veer into science fiction, plumbing then recent literature, introducing elements of fantasy, horror, and of course, cyberpunk. Tron in 1982 was a pivotal moment, depicting the inner world of computers as a literally fantastic landscape made up of colourful lines, polygons, and of course, the grid. War Games in 1983 was worryingly prescient, the story of a young hacker who unwittingly connects to a US government system and, believing he's just playing a game, almost starts a real nuclear war with the Soviet Union. As the 1990s rolled along, hacking became a high-tech shortcut for screenwriters to offer simple solutions to complex problems, or the reverse, and give their characters a special magical skill where they could do just about anything by typing fast on a keyboard. These representations, while totally unrealistic, are the fundamentals of the hacker fantasy. They're edgy, modern counterculture, not through music or drugs, through technology. By the time The Matrix hit theatres in 1999, the hacker trope was very well established, and the film's popularity in conjunction with cyber threats such as the year 2000 bug helped to define the style and mood of the early 2000s as a whole. And it was at this moment that hacking as a theme and an aesthetic made a serious jump to video games. A natural fit thanks to the growing PC gaming audience already drawn to the Hollywood fantasy of hacking, if not the real practice itself. Following on from pioneers like Shadowrun and System Shock, it was titles like Deus Ex in 2000, Res in 2001, and of course the seminal Uplink in the same year that took advantage of this trend and gave the role of the hacker to anyone who wanted it. With the rise of indie games in the 2010s, we began to see hacking really become its own subgenre, with titles such as Hacknet, Invisible Ink, and Duskers all releasing to critical and commercial acclaim, alongside Watch Dogs, AAA publisher Ubisoft's take on Grand Theft Auto, with the themes and stars of hacking as its unique selling point. It was this history, the real and the fictional, that inspired the team at Le Hus Studios in Belgium, the developers of Liftoff FPV drone racing, to put their own spin on the genre. Combining a thrilling narrative with turn-based strategy and strong RPG systems, now they're releasing the hacking game that they always wanted to play. This is Midnight Protocol. And I am delighted to be joined now by some of the team behind Midnight Protocol. It's Sam and Casper. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I want to know what your roles are. So, Sam, I'll come to you first of all. What's your involvement in this? Well, I have to say, looks an amazing looking game.
Well, thank you, David. So I actually started Midnight Protocol as a personal passion project. So I think you could say I'm the lead developer of the project, which is now being developed in co-production with Louis Studios. And Casper is helping me a lot with like the narrative stuff and some mechanics as well. And obviously we have other people who do like sound and other design. But usually I started this as a prototype, and now I'm further developing it.
Excellent. We're going to have a conversation, and I just want to find out what your points of inspiration were and around some of the key decisions there. But yeah, always love hearing about a game or a creation of any kind that started as a passion project, and just to see how it's grown and how it's flourished is fascinating. Casper, so just tell us a little bit about your relationship with Sam and your relationship with Midnight Protocol.
Right. First off, about myself, I'm sort of a generalist within our company. So a generalist basically means I have my hands in lots of different disciplines, from the very technical to the very artistic. But more generally, the role of Lugus with regards to Sam is that he's a friend of the company, and one day he showed up with this brilliant concept of a game. Well, our instinct immediately as game developers was, we need to do something with this. So we started cooperating on that almost immediately, and we're now bringing the game forward as a sort of joint effort. My role specifically, as some already introduced, apart from helping with very many technical other things, is specifically everything that revolves around the narrative, which I hope we can talk about a little bit. It's actually very interesting in the whole hacking aesthetic, because it allows so many things. And so I've mostly worked around that, taking this thing and then doing something with it. I hope that sort of highlights it a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing that really fascinates me is that as a journalist, I've been covering hacking for an awfully long time. And whether it's data breaches or whether it's nation state attacks, this is very, very much the real world stuff that I've been covering. So I'm really interested to see how the real world reflects in online culture, and in particular in gaming. So Sam, how about I come to you first of all? We just saw a great promo really of the game there, but how do you describe Midnight Protocol to anyone who, you know, says, oh, you're a games developer, you've got a game coming out, Midnight, what's all that about?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I call it like a hacker RPG or a hacking RPG. I think gameplay-wise, we're still very close to a strategy or maybe a traditional role-playing game, but hacking plays such a central part in this game, both narratively, but also the stuff it allows us to do from a design perspective. So I would say, short answer is it's a hacking RPG that's driven completely by command line controls. So you use your keyboard, no mouse, you just type in like you would as if you were hacking or using a terminal.
Wow, okay, so first of all, that's quite a bold decision you've made there, because a lot of people, maybe not my generation, but certainly some people who are younger, maybe haven't had all that much experience of operating a powerful computer system from the command line. You know, these days it's all either mouse-driven or GUI-driven. So what was the decision? What was the reason you chose to go with command line first as a means for this game's mechanic?
I think it's twofold, really. First, when you look at the way hacking is portrayed in fiction, if you look at movies and stuff, you always see these people hacking as portrayed as someone who's typing really fast on their keyboard, which is obviously not really what's going on, but that does have some basis in reality, right? So if you look at people who hack or bug bounty hunters or people who actually do some penetration testing, a lot of the time they'll be working in a terminal or making small programs in Python or writing small tools. A lot of that is still being done, I think, very much through the command line, because for them it works a bit faster, and let's just not forget, it also looks kind of cool, right? So that certainly plays a part in that hacker fantasy, I think. So it was a really core of our design pillars that we use the command line as the one and only way to use this game, to play this game. And I think that's paid off dividends for us, because if we look at the way people react to this, it's the fact that you have to type in commands really works to make this an immersive experience. And I think it's key.
Sure. One of the challenges, it occurs to me, and I confess I haven't played this game yet, but I can't wait, is that from a barrier to entry point of view, you know, if you just suddenly to be sat in front of a Unix terminal, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, go to this directory and move all these files over there and find everything, you know, in this file that's got that particular string in there. I'm going through books, you know, there's quite a high learning curve in order to be productive. How did you overcome that in this game to make sure that people don't get frustrated within the first 5 minutes?
All right. So, well, first we didn't. I think the first thing we did was actually copy the parsing mechanisms that are used in actual terminals, which are still in the game, by the way. I think we still, the way our parsing works is still the same as a Linux terminal does. Okay. Which I think is really cool. So it means that people who do know how to use a command line terminal can specify parameters and stuff like that. That's all in there. And I think people think that's really cool. But for us, usually we kind of approach it from like a verb subject kind of way. Like if you, for instance, the game consists of, well, as you can see here in the footage, you can see that a mission in Midnight Protocol is basically a series of nodes that are connected. And some of the stuff you do is like you need to move between these nodes. So it's very simple. You say move and then the address of the node you would like to move to it, which is very similar to if you would use a real life terminal, say CD to change the directory to a certain path. So we kind of use that, we'll kind of simplify it as well. Like there's no big paths, and the addresses are just like two letters. So it's very simple, but we still want to keep that spirit in there. So technically, if you're very good at Midnight Protocol, then picking up a real life terminal should be doable, I think.
I find that really, really interesting. And yes, I've spent more time in front of a command line over the last 20 or so years than I care to remember. So that actually gives me a bit. I'm looking forward to trying this and trying out, seeing which commands which commands don't. Really, really interesting. Casper, I'll come to you. What was it that really excited you about this game? A moment ago, you were saying, you know, when Sam first came to you with this, how excited you were about it. What was it that made you think that Sam really had something here?
Well, I think, well, first off, there's this obvious thing that and every time we play test this game, it always comes up again. The first thing that people say, and it's almost verbatim, always the same thing, is, wow, I felt like a hacker. Which is actually, when you think about it, a very odd thing, because what kind of reference do most people even have for knowing what it feels like to be a hacker, right? Most people who play it probably have never actually broken security or whatever in their lives, but still, that's what you hear. So that means that it's something recognizable. It's something that you have a feeling for what it needs to do, and I think that typing actually plays into that really well, because the moment you feel you're typing fast and you're doing it right and you're outsmarting the security, that you're being a hacker. You recognize that as that being the core experience. Apart from that, though, I think slightly broader, it's the whole hacking theme just holds so much. You can do so much with it. And I've heard that said before, it touches upon so many things, especially nowadays. All these weird gray zones, all these technological innovations that are there, and we don't quite know what to do with them yet, but they are slightly scary because we haven't really made up our minds yet. They've kind of evolved faster than our thinking about them has. So there's just a whole lot of potential in there. And finally, and I think this is also not to be understated, simply from an aesthetic point of view, hacking is, at least to me, one of the few, if we want to call it, genres that you can actually emulate closely on a computer by virtue of it being mostly done with a keyboard, with a screen, with a computer. You know, you could have a Western fantasy, but in the end, you're still riding a virtual horse. So I think that those are all the things that make hacking a very, as an aesthetic, a very fertile ground for making games of.
Sam, we're looking at some gameplay on the screen, and in terms of the visual, there, I'm getting a lot of references to, you know, gameplay representations of inside computers. You know, whenever you see hacking in popular media, obviously it's somebody wearing a hoodie. That's just what the go-to bit of clip art stock imagery is. But also in terms of popular culture, mentioned The Matrix earlier on, for example. But the black screen, the white text, you know, the kind of green and the red on top of there. I guess that was a very conscious decision by you to emulate that. So again, people feel as though, oh yeah, I know what this is. I'm already familiar, or I feel as though I'm already familiar with this world. Which of those tropes did you run with, and were there any that you feel didn't work for you and you kind of needed to carve your own path, as it were?
Yeah, that's a difficult question, to be honest. I think from the outset, there's certain things that you cannot touch upon, right? Like, it's if you tell people what a wizard should look like, they have a certain imagery of what a wizard should look like, and some things you cannot touch, right? So in order to make this read as a hacking game, of course we did we looked at the typical hacker aesthetic, like a monotype font, stuff like that, just to work with the visual aesthetics of it. However, we also wanted to do something different, because I think from a game designer perspective, a hacking game is very, very difficult to make it look appealing, not just black and white text. So if you look at levels, like we're just starting a level now, we try to do something a little bit more. So I tried to make a blend of that typical hacker aesthetic, but also with like minimal design graphics that are a bit more modern. So I think it's like a crossing between like the old DOS terminal that we all know from when we were young, and then also hopefully a little bit of more modern website minimalist design aesthetics in there as well, that I thought was important. And then from a narrative perspective, we also took that to heart. We didn't want the traditional people in hoodies behind the keyboard. I think it's time we kind of break with that. And also we wanted a bit more of a European flavor to our narrative as well. Because I think like hacker narratives and fictions are typically very Anglo-Saxon in nature. I think we wanted something a bit more global, but also a little bit more, fairly European in its approach. So the story, for instance, is set in Budapest, which I think is a very interesting city, and we wanted something set in Europe as well. So it's not just visually, but also narratively that we wanted to kind of mash with whatever people know about hacking, but also kind of do something a little bit differently there.
I think actually that sort of that contrast between what you call the stock clip art that you will find if you type hacker versus the reality it's a very difficult topic, right? Because on the one hand, I mean, we are game designers. At a certain level, something needs to be recognizable. But at the same time, we also realize it's kind of an abstraction and not necessarily a very positive one. And I mean, we know people from this InfoSec world. They don't like being represented as people who live in a basement in a hoodie. But at the same time, you cannot get away from that entirely because that is part of the fantasy. So there's a very fine line to be walked there.
You mentioned the game is set, at least part in Budapest. So just take us on the journey. What's your jump-in point into the game? What's your objective? Let's say I've just downloaded and installed it. What do I get first of all, and where am I going?
Right, so everything we do narratively, the interesting part about doing a hacking game is you're already behind a computer. So you're actually literally playing the person who is behind the computer, which makes it very, very interesting from a narrative perspective. And in our fiction, you play as a hacker called Data, who was just released from custody, and is getting back behind the computer. And then you quickly find out that you were doxxed by another hacker called Kraken, and then the first part of the game is trying to using a honeypot to try and lure this hacker into a trap to figure out why this person doxxed you. So that's the jumping off point for my narrative. But I think the very interesting about this is we can do all kinds of shenanigans because you're behind your computer. So we can read your file system, we can do all kinds of weird screen stuff that you really can't do with any other genre, and we're kind of really trying to leverage that into our narrative as well. So I think identity, for instance, plays a very big role in our story.
Especially because in the hacker genre, by definition, a lot of it goes through. It's not a very visual thing, which is actually from a marketing point of view, it's very difficult. But it's by nature a very text-driven, very command line, low-tech DOS sort of vibe, which is very interesting if you want to work with things like characters and people and personal motivations, because a lot of that has to come through text and things like that, which, it's so easy. It makes the experience very anonymous, right? Who are you talking to? Am I really talking to somebody? Or are they who they say they are? So it opens a lot of potential for that.
Casper, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I was immediately taken back to the first games that I played, which were text adventures. And you're right, with such a monochrome palette and text input that was sometimes quite obtuse, sometimes like sitting in front of a command terminal, frankly, there is a lot of creativity and there's a lot of effort that needs to go into the storytelling to bring these characters to life and to draw you into the narrative. So, Sam, what have you done, given the palette that you've given yourself of predominantly a command line terminal, given the limited graphics, although it looks great at the same time? What have you done to try and bring the story to life, to create rich characters that people feel they can engage with, where you're not clearly representing graphically rich characters?
Right. So that's a curse and a blessing. Well, if we look at the footage right now, we can see, for instance, a level where we try to do things a little bit different, right? So this, for instance, is a network that has been defaced by an unknown party. So defacing is something that can happen in real life, but here we're kind of choosing to use a bit of a graphical way to represent that. We have a lot of these like hexadecimal stuff appearing on the screen and some weird messages you see here. So I think this is a good example of we try to leverage the medium as much as we can. However, it does have its limitations. Sometimes we do wish we could use an animated character or use something different. We've gone through a lot of effort to give every character a unique voice and a unique writing style, mostly because I think most of our dialogue and narrative is delivered through text and emails in particular. So we've given a lot of thought, like how would this character speak and how is this different to other characters. We've experimented with a lot of stuff that didn't work as well. We tried using color-coded stuff for characters. We tried using different chat ping sounds for different characters. That all didn't really pan out. So we see, for instance, that you can type an email, and another interesting feature that I think we've put in here is that as a player character, you're also interacting with these characters. And you're typing out emails, but what you're typing is not really what you see on screen. So it's kind of like a hacker typer, I don't know if you know it, where you type in a lot of characters and it just types out the sentence for you. But something I think one of the team members came up with this, and I thought was a brilliant idea, is that what we can do with this is we can have our main character type out like a sentence, kind of change their minds, and you can see them walk back on the text and then input something else. That's one way we can give like a little bit of insight into who these people are without actually showing it or using other means that we don't have at this moment to do something like that.
Personally,
and also,
if I can interject, that is of everything else, perhaps my favorite feature of the game, which is the silliest, tiniest thing, but it's incredibly satisfying to me.
And for people who don't enjoy that, you can tap auto tap complete your mails. So.
Yeah, you know, I often enjoy hearing about those little flourishes that can very easily go missed. You know, from a storytelling or a character development point of view, as a gamer, as a player, you would barely even notice them, but actually are so important to revealing something about the character. The other thing that I really enjoy hearing about are things that didn't make it into the game. For whatever reason, you know, maybe they didn't fit the aesthetic, or it just took you down, you know, a dead end there. Was there anything else that during the development of Midnight Protocol you explored and then decided actually maybe now's not the right time to go with that?
Right, there's tons of stuff that gets cut from a game during its development. Obviously, I think one thing that still sticks in our minds, or at least mine, is we did experiment a lot with VO, like voice work and data, audio files and stuff like that. Stuff we can do with that. But that's also from a development perspective. It's a bit of a weird thing, obviously, when you talk about localization and it needs to work in different languages, and especially if we want to keep this European. So it also didn't make sense to all do it in English, and we tried a lot of different stuff with that. We still have some voiceover in the game, not a lot anymore. But yeah, that just didn't gel quite right. And the other thing is this game started out completely different. This game, right now, Midnight Protocol is a turn-based strategy game. When I started making this game, I wanted to make something real-time that came with an instruction manual. That was really complex and really tough to learn. Because I think another core thing that we based this off of is, I think a lot of games right now treat the player as if the player is a bit dumb. Like there's a lot of hand-holding in games, like there's not a lot of attention span going around. And I wanted to kind of break with that and say, like, you know what, well, your player is smart, right? And they can figure stuff out on their own. You should let them figure out stuff on their own and not, you know, guide them all the way or use visual effects to point out the solution just because we don't want people to think about this anymore. So I think another aspect that I'm really proud of here that did make it into the game and that is still very much actively being worked on is we put a lot of stuff in here that I think you can only discover if you step outside of the game a little bit. So, for instance, we use some steganography with the save files. We put some hidden files in folders here. Maybe we'll put a hidden message in this recording. Who knows, right? So, I think that's a lot of fun stuff. Some sleuthing that the player can do. And like that started out very differently, but I think where we are now is very much a better place. But yeah, like we did a lot of stuff like that got caught, obviously. Yeah.
For instance, I think it's relevant to mention right now, I'm looking at a vault node, which is a type of an area in the game that's locked behind a password. And some of those passwords may be obvious, some of them may be very complicated, and some of them, we don't even per se give you a hint. You'll just have to figure it out by virtue of your own intellect. So that's a thing we feel that's not wrong to do in a game, and perhaps especially hacking games can come with an implicit invitation to sort of explore that and see what the game can do and see how far you can push it. So why not?
Well, this leads me on to a question that I really want to ask to both of you. Who is this game for? Because Sam, you said a moment ago your original vision for this game was it came with an instruction manual. You know, we're not going to hold your hand through this. You're in front of a command prompt, and it's basically the Linux command line. This sounds to me as though you're appealing to quite a specific market here. Yeah. So tell me about where you see this game appealing.
Yeah, so that obviously changed during development. And I think, funny enough, board games have a lot to do with that. I think there's a lot of board game mechanics from a design perspective that made their way in here, and obviously that needs to appeal to a much broader audience. And I think that really helped the game a lot. One of the things that we've worked the most on in this game, and I've had the most iterations and I've had the most playtests, is the tutorial of the game. So we want this to be an approachable game. We want this to be a hacker fantasy, so that can appeal to whoever wants that hacker fantasy. But it just needs to be playable by everyone who takes the time to sit down and play through the tutorial. You should be able to get this, whether you have a technical background or no technical background. Obviously, like I said, you can substitute the move command with the CD command if you know the CD command. So that's fun for people who know that stuff, but it's absolutely not necessary to play the game. You can just type move instead. That said, I think this is still very much, even though the hacker theme is very prevalent, I think this is still very much a strategy game. So I think it will appeal to people who love that sort of thing, like turn-based strategy, thinking about your right approach. We have something in the game called a deck, which is basically a program loadout that you bring to a mission, which you could relate to standard spells you would have in a standard RPG. So that's all in there. I think that still appeals to whoever likes strategy and thinking about their next move, right? And then I also think that we have a little bit something in there for the people who want it a little bit more technical. We do have that in the game. It's just not stopping anybody from enjoying it, I think. I think that's very important to know. Yeah.
It's like the Unix file system. It's there to be explored, providing you've got root permissions and know how to explore it.
There you go. Yeah.
Casper, what's your take from your involvement in bringing this game to market then? Understanding the potential audience for it, how do you make sure that you land this game with that audience and you don't turn people away from it who might feel intimidated, understanding some aspects of the gameplay as they are?
Yeah, that's a very tough challenge, actually, because no matter what you do, if you cloak something in a technological look, that will automatically give a certain impression to people who may be intimidated by that. Up to a point, I think that's something that, as a game developer, you have to accept that will always happen, and that also happens with every other game, right? A very technologically minded person might not be interested in a very fanciful game at first, even if they may actually enjoy it very much so. But up to a point, I think that's unsolvable. Though we are glad to see that essentially everyone who plays it realizes quite obviously, well, this is not actually per se a very technical game, but it feels technical, and it can be technical without really requiring me the foreknowledge to be able to play it out of me. And I think the thing is that especially with games, is you can like games for very many reasons, and often some of our number one fans so far are, if we're being honest, totally not the segment that we would have expected, but they are hyped to the max. So I think as a developer, you can try and aim for a target audience as much as possible, and make that clear, but it's not always wise to per se over engineer towards a particular demographic. Yeah.
In terms of accuracy, then, Sam, I don't want to go digging too much into your past, but how accurate a depiction, or how accurate are elements, would you say, of this game when it comes to hacking? Would hackers who come to this game go, oh yeah, I see what they've done there, that's quite accurate, that's quite good, I like how they've researched that?
Right. I think from a narrative perspective, everything we use exists in some form or another. I just think it has a different power balance in our fiction, right? So for instance, I think one of the first things you do is you set up a honeypot for another hacker to fall into. That's something that's used, you can defend the network by setting up a honeypot, which kind of looks like a normal server, and then hacker comes along and tries to attack that server. So we use that in the same way that it is used in real life, but obviously the way we set that up is totally different, right? We have to stay within that language that we determined for the player, and that means we can very often use the correct terminology and the correct terms from a narrative point of view, but those don't really gel too well with the mechanics all that well. So for instance, some of the things that I think is very accurate that we do at some point is that you can fish for a password, right? You send out a fake email to a bunch of people from a corporation. You actually send out the email to 3 different people. 2 of them will respond saying like, I'm not falling for this is obviously phishing. But then someone does, and you get the password, right? So it's one of those things that obviously we take a little bit of a shortcut. It's not that simple, but that is something that happens in real life, and people I think should be aware of. I think like our grand finale builds up to something with the BGP protocol, which is also something that exists in real life. So we do use these terms, but sometimes they do take a little bit of a leap to make them work.
I think pretty much everything in the game in some way or another is a translation of a real concept, but it is most definitely a translation. And I think you will recognize the translation if you know the original, but you will also realize in what way it has been altered.
I actually remember a video of a few people who were also developing a hacking game, by the way, and they were doing this YouTube playthrough of our demo. And it was like a panel of security experts, and they were going through the missions, and then at some point they had to do the honeypot mission. And they're like, oh, honeypot, that's clever that they put in a honeypot. And then you had to buy one from the black market, and they go, you would never buy this from the black market. No, you wouldn't, obviously. But that's the leap that we take then. So yeah.
And in terms of researching that, not everybody knows what a honeypot is, or what pretty good privacy is, or what SSH is, or whatever. So how did you do? Is this knowledge that you already had from popular culture, or just from being part of internet culture, or did you have to go out and do some research in order to make sure that you were picking the right elements to include in your game?
Right. So I actually teach security advanced in college.
Here we go. Here we go.
So I do have a working knowledge of all these concepts, but I also have a lot of good friends in InfoSec. I have a few friends who are on the top of the world in the bug bounty hunting world. I also have a few people who work as penetration testers who regularly consulted on the game. So yeah, this was very important for us, obviously. And usually they're gamers, so they can see like, okay, this is this is obviously not really how it works, but it's cool that it's in there. Like, I think what most people are looking for, like if you do a security course, you're not trying to teach people how to hack, you're trying to create awareness about the subject, right? Because I think media has a way of really depicting hacking quite badly. So it's even just knowing, like bringing phishing to the forefront again, like saying this is something that you as a person should be aware of. I also think that hacking in media kind of took a leap in that, because it used to be, I think we mentioned war games. I think you mentioned war games, like where it was all about nuclear codes, right? But then since the whole Snowden period, everybody's very much aware that it's about personal data. So now it's about your personal data. And if you look at a game like Watch Dogs, kind of really gamified that and saying like everybody's phone is now a target, right?
Yeah, so to me, like the old phrase that typified the whole hacking genre to me is hacking into the mainframe, right?
Yeah.
Which is like the big corporate super security hyper specialist sort of thing, and you need to get in there. But back in the 80s and 90s, nobody would ever thought that, oh, hacking is actually about downloading the telephone numbers of 1 million people. That would have seemed trite, but actually it's often more to do with things like that nowadays.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, you know, do you think that people would play this game and suddenly think, I know how to hack now, I'm going to try doing this in the real world? You know, do you see it as do you see people accusing this game as potentially being an on-road to hacking? And what would you say to them?
No, that's a very easy question. No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think the best thing, and I hope that happens, is, for instance, we use the concept of deep faking, right? So if most people know what deep faking, or you might not know what deep faking is, right? So at some point we allow you to deep fake a voice. So that means hopefully by going through that, you now know what that is. You don't know how to do it, but you know what that is, and that is a possibility in the real world as well, right? So
actually, Sam is not here at all right now.
No. I'm just a simulation. No, it's so I think that's the extent of what we're going for. We're not teaching people to hack, not in the slightest. I hope, if anything, people will be interested in picking up a terminal, like trying to figure that out by themselves. Because I do think that the step will be a little bit lower now if you've played Midnight Protocol than if you try to learn this on your own. So that's the best we can hope for, I think, and not obviously not learning people how to hack. No.
How about the other way around then? You know, if not teaching them how to hack, one of the big things that corporates or the world over are trying to address is cyber security awareness training amongst their workforce, and trying to teach them what phishing is, you know, what the different ways that hackers might get into their corporate system. So it sounds to me as though this would be a great way to engage staff all over the world, to get them to understand what some of the threats, you know, who it is who's attacking their companies, how they might be getting in.
Yeah, I'm not sure we go not deep enough to make that claim. I think we do touch upon those things. I don't think we give an adequate training as to know, okay, you need to know that your connection is HTTPS before you go on a website or something. That's, for instance, not something we touch upon, which is something that's crucial to know if you're teaching people awareness, right? So I would say no. I don't think we're quite there yet. Maybe for the next iteration.
I think maybe the thing is that training up to a certain point always involves a certain level of repetition and things like that, which for, you know, an RPG-ish sort of game is generally not what you really want. That said, we totally believe in the idea of awareness and training in games. In fact, it's one of the core businesses of Luga Studios. So we definitely see that, but that is not currently, in this particular case, I would say the goal of the game as such.
I find it a really interesting space, the way in which games influence popular culture and the way in which games can influence, you know, people's understanding of technology. And, you know, even if this isn't an accurate representation either of how to hack or how to, I guess, understand how one could be hacked, I think it is lighting those neurons in your brain. It is certainly firing them up in ways that help to tune people in, because hacking is about being creative. You know, you are faced with a brick wall, and it's how do you find your way in there, and whether it is around a hacking theme, or whether it's a Dungeons and Dragons, or kind of get to the middle of a castle type game. There's still the same kind of thing that you're trying to do, isn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that's the cornerstone of our strategic layer of the game as well, that we want to offer different kind of tools and ways to get in. Like, there's not just one, even though in real life usually you're looking for that one vulnerability, like here too, you were looking for a loadout that can help you solve the problem. Like in the example we gave earlier, like you could use, if you think about phishing, you can fish for that password, but you can also use a program to brute force your way through. Right, so that would also be a possibility that you can do as a player, or just use your intellect and try to discern the password for yourself. Like we give all these kinds of options because I think creativity, like you said, is a cornerstone of hacking, so it should be a cornerstone of this game as well.
I think it's also kind of that was definitely a design consideration we had, that we. There can be this typical thing that you sometimes called power creep, typically in the RPGs and things like that, where you basically become an ever more powerful character and you get ever more powerful tools and weapons and what have you. We didn't really take that approach in the sense that we work more horizontally. You get more options, you get more tools, but they're all in a sense equally valid. So it mostly comes down to your understanding of the system and what it allows you to do, and the limitations and the options that you have within which to work that allow you to beat the game. And I guess in a sense that is really also if anything, the core thing that you do in hacking. It's not so much the technological side of it, but truly deeply understanding a system and all its limitations and shortcomings to turn it to your advantage. And that's definitely a design space that we want to explore a lot, to just give you increasingly more tools, and it's your playground. It's a very interesting way of designing games, because that also makes design complicated. Because you can never, at a given time say there's absolutely no chance that the player will do this, because they have all tools available. So that does not make our lives easier.
No, I'm sure it doesn't. Casper, what would you say is your favourite element of the game? If it's possible to pick out either one level or one particular dynamic or mechanism, what would that be?
Well, that is a very complicated question.
That's probably something we can't talk about, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna be a little cautious here. I think the thing is, as a game developer, you're often so close on the game that it becomes hard to see the bigger picture. If anything, maybe the bigger picture, but what I find interesting about Midnight Protocol, and this is maybe not very concrete, but what I find interesting about it is that it is actually, in a sense, about people, even though it's ostensibly about technology, but it's in many ways about the people who deal with this sort of technology, and there's just very often kind of subtle interactions in the game that kind of highlight that it's not just an abstract world, but you're actually dealing with people with motivations and emotions. Sometimes it's as simple as you can respond to emails in different ways, and that can lead to quite different results in how people treat you and what becomes available to you. So yeah, that's maybe not the most concrete answer I could give to that question, but
no, I'm aware you don't want to give too much of the game away. But the point you make, though, particularly in this world in which we do communicate so much digitally, it's not always face to face like we are now. Sometimes a lot of the time you're writing emails, and there are complicated characters behind that emails trying to express themselves in different way through plain text, and you can say the same thing in a number of different ways and invoke an entirely different reaction with the recipient of that. So to be able to reflect that in a piece of gameplay as well, some of those subtleties of human expression and human responses to that expression, I think is really interesting as well.
And that's really difficult too. Like, one of the big challenges we had is when things start to get, obviously when you have a good narrative, you want some conflict, you want drama. But when you take the time and you're angry with someone and you type down an email, that means you probably changed your mind 2-3 times, and we can't let you be privy to that process, right? So that's a very difficult thing that we had to deal with is, well, how do we make someone's upset? How can we make sure that it seems like this person's upset without like angry typing out an email, because that would suit the character? So that was a very difficult thing to do, I think.
Actually, staring right now at gameplay going on, I'm reminded of a particular mission, and I'm not going into this, but there's a particular level that actually touches really upon that. Okay, you have the technology, but there's still people who somehow, use it with and or against you. And this particular level is one of my favorites in that regard, because at least my personal response to it is when it comes at you as well, and then I would have to use an expletive, which I'm not going to do here, but I have a very strong reaction to it, and I love that it's possible in something so abstract.
A point we haven't really touched on too much yet, Sam. We've spoken about the gameplay, about the mechanics. We've touched on the graphics and the aesthetics, but also there is sound to this. Now, I know you mentioned voiceover was a direction that you explored and pulled back on an awful lot, but in terms of the audio bed, the soundscape that is in the game, what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we are working with a brilliant composer, and that was quite difficult to pull off or find someone who was capable of doing this. I think when you look at hacking games in general, sound and music is a very, very important part of it. I remember that, for instance, like games like Hacknet, the soundtrack is still very much in people's hearts, and people love that, and it's just very much a part of it, because usually you're looking at UI, so you need to support on audio for a lot. Like it does a lot of lifting for us. Narratively speaking, when something happens, we rely on audio to do all the heavy lifting. When the way the game works is that you have this trace bar that fills up. So you have this like limited time on the network. When that fills up, we need the music to follow cue, right? So it needs to ramp up a little bit, but we also want it to get in the way. So it was a very difficult thing to do, and usually when you talk about hacking, you usually come into this cyberpunk space, and it's all synthwave, right? It's all 80s, and it's very electronic. And then we started out experimenting actually with something very different. We started experimenting with some guitars. We started experimenting with piano a little bit, and then we found a composer we've worked on with before, and he really got the project at some point. He really knew what we were going for here, and I think what we have is something very special. I think we have a lot of people who've played the game really comment on the soundtrack as being something special, and I've actually read a comment a few days ago about someone who said, like, it's like almost like it's filling a void. Like it's there, but it's to create this little sense of dread, even maybe like something's about to happen, but it's not really about to fully burst yet. And that's exactly where we want your headspace to be at, right? You're doing something dangerous. You're somewhere you're not supposed to be, and music is our go-to to give you that feeling, I think. That said, there's not a lot of music in the game, actually. It's all relatively programmed, so the music adapts to what you're doing. So we have a lot of... that's actually, if you download the game and you think, wow, this game is like I don't know how much it is, like maybe 2 gigs or something. Why is this 2 gigs? It's because of the music, right? We're changing, we're composing the music on the fly, which I think is something very special.
Yeah. I think another thing, maybe quick note on that is, to me at least, very, very typical of everything to do with hacking is very little sound effects. Like the sound of hacking is, blip, 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 blip. Just whenever you hit a button, whenever you hit like, it sounds dumb, but that really makes the experience. Like everything you do has a tiny little beep assigned to it, and that creates that feeling of speed. I think the type enter access granted.
Yeah,
that's very important.
Kevin always says that the soundtrack, that the keyboard is part of the soundtrack.
Yeah, that sounds like a sales talk, but it really is true.
We've had some people asking about why don't we put keyboard sounds. Like if you put it on your headphones, you can't hear yourself typing.
Yeah.
That to re-input that, so to make sure that we do like fake keyboard sounds while you're typing, while you still have your headphones on, so you can still hear the typing sound, because it's so important to that fantasy, I think.
But you go back over science fiction from 40, 50 years, from the birth of computers as we recognize them now, Star Trek onwards. And whenever someone's typing on a computer, there are lights flashing all over the place. And, every single key press has a beep, 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 because that is the kind of drama. It's not realistic unless you've got a really heavy mechanical keyboard that I know are very fashionable these days. But to bring that into the game, again, it's kind of meeting people where they're at, where their expectations about this kind of genre. And it's that line, like you say, of, it's not realistic necessarily, it's not true to life, but actually as a gameplay experience, it does add to it. It creates that bed that helps to fill the void.
It does so much. Yeah, I agree.
And it's indeed sort of meeting expectations halfway.
Yeah. Well, in terms of expectations, we're almost out of time now. So what I want to do for my final point to each of you is someone who's been watching us, listening to us chat, watching some gameplay, a final word from each of you. And Casper, I'll come to you first of all about why they should download and play Midnight Protocol. What's your elevator pitch for who's going to enjoy this game and why they're going to enjoy it?
If you're asking me who's going to enjoy it, I say try it and you'll find out soon enough. But I think Midnight Protocol holds a lot of value in the sense that it really allows you to engage with that power fantasy of beating the system and beating security without really requiring you to know how to do it, but and actually allowing you to do that in game terms that may actually be familiar with, while still feeling like a real badass. And it gives you a lot of other things to really care about. So it's not just about the challenge itself, but also about the I've said it before, the bigger picture of that. And that, I think, to me, makes it a very satisfying experience. So I'd say, if you're wondering if it's something for you, just try it out.
Sounds good to me. Sam, what's your take on who should play this game and why?
Right. So I agree with Casper. What Casper said. I think very much if you ever wanted to feel like a hacker, like you're breaking into computer systems, but you don't know how and you don't want to because it's illegal, then I think this is definitely the game for you. I think it'll give you that. I think a lot of game developers say this, but I think we've created something truly immersive here. Or I think that really shines. I think our best work is the immersiveness of this game. That said, for me, I also really like the fact that the strategic part of it. I really like the fact that we have made a lot of different strategies viable. So if you like experimenting with strategies, like to find the most optimal path for a problem, I also think that Midnight Protocol is something special for you.
Fulfill your hacker fantasy. Sounds good to me. Listen, guys, I can't wait to play this. Thank you so much for letting us peer behind the curtain as to what's gone into making this game, about what your inspirations were, and about some of the decisions you've made that have ended up in the game that is now. All the very best. Look forward to seeing where this game takes you all next.
Thank you very much, David.
If you've enjoyed what you've heard so far about Midnight Protocol, and I know I have, then check out the Steam store page where you can watch the trailer and join the conversation in the forums. Don't forget, for news and announcements on the game, look out on social media for the developer, Locust Studios, and for more great PC games, follow the publisher, Iceberg Interactive.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom Class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival. Skills like choosing the right career path, not getting devoured, team building, and decisioning. Welcome to a life of profitable adventure. Welcome to Clank Legacy Acquisitions Incorporated.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet.
Turn those old Dungeons and Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book,
you can do what you wanna do.
Ow! Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
Hello, I'm Joe.
I'm Emily.
And today we're going to try and outwit, outrun, and outlast the alien in Alien: Fate of the Nostromo.
Yes, because in space, no one can hear you scream.
Ah!
Definitely not that.
Alien: Fate of the Nostromo is a 1 to 5 player game for ages 10 and up. It takes approximately 45 to 60 minutes to play, and it's published by Ravensburger.
That's right. And now you can pre-order it at Target for $29.99, and that will release on August 1st. Or you can wait till later this year, and it should be available on Amazon or your favorite local game store.
That's right. So Alien: Fate of the Nostromo is a cooperative game where you're working together to complete a specific number of objectives, and then the final mission before the alien reduces the crew morale too much. So even if the alien attacks you in this game, you don't get removed from the game or take damage. It reduces the entire crew's morale. So that way you lose as a team.
Yeah.
You don't want to get, no one likes to get kicked out of the game.
We're going to win as a team, though.
That's right. So to set up the game, you get the board all out. You're going to put some tokens out. We're going to go over all these tokens and what they all are throughout the game. You get the little alien guy here, and you put him in the nest. He's just, ready to go. And then you put your all the starting characters right here in the galley. We're just hanging out.
Because the food's not that bad.
The food's not that bad. Yeah, everyone knows that. So then you're going to take this morale marker, and I'll show it up close here so everyone can see. It is the alien. And for 4 to 5 players, it'll start higher up on the board. For 1 to 3, though, we are starting right here. Normally you set it sitting like this. We're going to put it sideways just so everyone can kind of see where it's going. So win the game, as I said earlier, you have to complete all of the objectives and then the final mission. And the final mission could be, it's like we don't know what it is. It's randomly chosen, so we don't get to see it either until we've completed all the objectives. So we can't even prepare for it. Really.
Yeah, think on your toes quickly in that escape shuttle.
We got to pivot after we get these objectives done. But we're trying to do that before our morale gets reduced all the way down to here, because if we get to the crew loss section, we lose the game immediately. So, once you got the board all set up, you're going to have everyone take a character. So today I'll be playing Dennis Parker, Chief and Engineer of the Nostromo. And this has some information on it here. You have these spaces down here where you can hold your items. You have a spot for holding coolant. And then it also tells you if you have a special ability and how many actions you get to take every turn. So as Parker, I'll get to take 4 actions. And my special ability is to spend an action to add 1 scrap to my inventory from the scrap pile. And I can only use it once per turn. Emily, on the other hand...
Well, I'm Ripley, of course, the best.
The best.
The survivor.
That's right.
The warrant officer. Her special ability is that she can spend an action to move another crew member 1 space, and that is not limited. So as you can see, I have 4 actions. I can use all 4 to move Joe's character, Parker.
Yep.
I could use 2 movement for myself, move him 2, 3, 1, or take all 4 for myself, which I may just do to stay away from that alien.
That's right. So I'll show you a close-up here of what the player boards look like. So there you have Parker. You have this like nice little... artwork as well, kind of like a painting. Yeah. You have the item spaces, the coolant only we refer to, and then you have their rank and, you know, their current employment. And here's Ripley as well, just so everyone can see what we're dealing with. So I'll hand that back to you. Okay. So to play the game, it's played in mostly 2 phases. On each person's turn, you're going to take your actions and then do the encounter. The encounter phase, which is drawing an encounter card and resolving it. So there's 6 different actions you can do on your turn and then your special action.
Yeah.
But we'll go over those as we kind of get to them. We don't want to like bog down the beginning here too much.
Right.
But the first person who goes was the last person to be hissed at by a cat. Or you can just choose someone.
I'm going to choose Joe to go first, but so you...
Oh, right.
Our objectives, you know, kind of the point of the game.
Point of the game, yeah. But before we get started, now that I know I'm going to go first, we need
number 1.
Yeah, we need to realize or go over what our objectives are here that we actually need to complete. So the first one here is to check the hypersleep chamber. So our task is to bring a motion tracker to the hypersleep chamber.
Which is up here.
So to get a motion tracker, which is one of the items here on the right side of the board, we're going to have to collect scrap, and then we can use the craft item action to craft a motion tracker. And then we just have to take it to the hypersleep chamber, whoever has it.
In there.
Easy.
Super easy.
The next action or objective here is, where is it? And the task is to bring a flashlight to the med bay. So the med bay is right here. Again, that's another item, the flashlight is, so we're going to have to get some scrap, craft the flashlight, take it to the med bay. And the last one here is, we'll take our chances in the shuttle. And the task for this one is to drop 2 coolant canisters in the docking bay. So let's see here. So the coolant canisters, yep, they're spread around the ship already.
And the docking bay is right there, which is the stairway down to...
That's right. So our goal is to get 2 coolant canisters, and unlike the first 2 objectives, we can't just have them in our inventory. We have to actually take them to the docking bay and drop them, which is another action that you can take on your turn. So,
why do we have 3?
Why do we have 3? Good question. So the amount of objectives that you have to complete is 1 per player plus 1. So 3 of them in a 2-player game, 5 of them in a 4-player game, and so on. So forth.
Only up to 5 players.
Only up to, yeah. So
I say we get into it.
Get right into it?
It's a lot all at once.
It is.
Really simple to understand as you go.
I see someone is asking about Jonesy the cat. Jonesy is in the ship, and one of the items that you can craft is a cat carrier. And there are these concealed tokens around the board. If Jonesy comes out, Jonesy will actually reduce your crew morale, just like the alien would.
Yeah.
Because it scares you and then runs away. If you have the cat carrier, though, you capture Jonesy. So we might be crafting that just to get Jonesy out of the way. Just only have to deal with the alien then. No big deal.
Yeah, just one creature.
Just one, yeah. All right, so I need to get some
scrap.
So what should I do here? I'm going to go first, I guess, because I was hissed at by a cat, I guess.
There you go.
There we go. So the actions you can take on a turn are move is the main action you're going to be taking a lot.
Yep.
And for one action, you can move 1 space, and it's essentially just 1 2, 3. It's anywhere on the board that has these like lines. You're moving between those for one action. If you ever encounter one of these concealed tokens, you do have to stop and reveal it and then resolve whatever happens. Yep. Well, there's scrap up here that's pretty close, and there's a coolant canister which we need.
Yep.
So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. So I took 3 move actions, and then for my 4th action, I'm going to use my special ability and add 1 scrap to my inventory from the scrap pile.
Yep.
Because
good idea.
Having more scrap is always a good thing, so I'm just going to add that over here. And then once I'm done with all my actions, we go to the encounter phase. So let's go ahead and flip over an encounter card, and we'll go over how these are resolved. So here's the encounter card. This one is called Quiet. There's Quiet, Alien, and then there's one where Ash will actually come out and do some finagling too here.
And we're not using Ash. He is just an extra not an extra. He's a part of the game, but he elevates the game to a harder level because he goes around and destroys scrap. So because it's a demo, we're not going to use him. We'll show him off later. But if you see the card, refer to him. That is a way to play.
Yep, it is a more difficult way to play the game. So we'll start at the top of the card. So this says that this tells you how much the alien will move. So the alien has 1 movement this turn. The alien always moves towards the nearest crew member. If there's a tie, the crew members get to choose who's going to fight the
gamble.
Gamble, yeah. Who's going to get attacked? In the top right, if the alien would have attacked someone, essentially entered a space with a crew member this turn, that's how much morale damage they would do to us. So if the alien walked into a space with one of us this turn, we would have taken 2 morale loss. Then you just have the name of the card here, and then below it is a location with some symbols. So the left symbol is how much scrap is going to be added to that location, and the right symbol is how many concealed tokens are going to be added. So 2 scrap and 1 concealed token will be added to Mother. Mother is up here where I was trying to go, actually. The one last thing we have to note, though, is that if there's already a concealed token in a location, you don't add a second one, you just skip that part of the card.
Right.
But there's no concealed token in Mother, so I'll go ahead and add one there. And the concealed tokens can have Jonesy, the alien, or...
empty.
Hopefully be empty.
Empty.
But that's going to wrap up my turn, and we just go on to Emily's turn now.
All right. Well, we need to craft a motion tracker and also be in the hypersleep chamber, which is up there.
That's right.
Or a flashlight in Medbay. Medbay's here. So
and the Medbay has 2 scrap.
So I could.
And the flashlight costs 2 scraps.
1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4. I end up either way, so let's go the scenic route.
Cool.
And I will just end my turn right there using all 4 of my actions as movements.
Cool. So now we'll go to the next encounter.
Great.
This one is an alien encounter card. So you see here, when the alien stalks us, they move a bit faster, so they have 3 movement. And you might notice that there's this big blue line between these parts of the ship. That's because this is the lower deck or the sub deck and the main deck.
Right.
There are 2 ways to get between them. There's a ladder that leads from here to here, and a ladder that leads from here to here. And there are colored arrows that let you know that if you take this ladder, you end up here. It does take a movement to go between, which you'll probably see right now because the alien's going to walk on upstairs.
Where's it going? How many?
3.
3.
Yep.
1, 2, and then 3.
There we go. So now the alien is on the main deck with us.
Awfully close.
And also, if you notice on these alien cards, scrap and concealed tokens will not be added. So those are just bad all around. Like, nothing fun even gets put on the board for us to try out. You know. So that's your turn, though, right?
That is my turn.
Okay. Well, I have to go into Mother because look at all that. Or wait, I don't have to go into Mother.
You could.
I think, okay, so what I'm going to do is, because if I move into Mother and I reveal the concealed token and the alien comes over, I'm going to get attacked, we're going to take damage, and then it ends my turn.
Yep.
It's bad news. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to use my special ability to add 1 more scrap to my inventory, and then I'm going to take the craft action. So when you take the craft action, you just spend however much scrap it costs to craft one of these items. So I'm going to craft the motion tracker, and I'll show you up close what this looks like here. So that is the motion tracker. In the bottom, you see an infinite symbol. That just means that this doesn't have limited uses like some of the other items. So that just goes on my board like that. And then for an action, I can use the motion tracker now.
Right.
And what the motion tracker does is reveals a concealed token up to 2 spaces away. So that's only 1 space away, so I'm going to go ahead and use my third action to reveal this token. Oh!
Is it the alien?
It is the alien. So So if I would have walked in that room, we would have taken damage.
Right.
Something not too great happens still. When you reveal it, and if it is the alien actually appears in that room.
Yes.
So that you move them to that room, and then you do get a bonus action, though, if you reveal the alien with the motion tracker. So
you have a chance to run away a little bit.
I will have 5 actions this turn. I've taken 3 so far. So I will go ahead and just, back away a couple spaces, give the alien some room, and end my turn right there. But I do have the motion tracker now. So if I can get to the hypersleep chamber, which is up here.
1, 2, 3, 4. I cannot get you there.
No.
I could maybe help. We'll see.
Okay, we'll see.
Right.
What happens here. So
and we don't need... Oh, we do need an encounter card. If you actually encounter the alien and have to run away, then you don't take an encounter card.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll happen before the game, so we'll explain it again then.
I just discovered the alien, so we still have to take an encounter card.
Yep.
All
right, so let's see here. We have another quiet encounter card, so the alien will only move 1 space. He's slowly creeping up behind me. And then 3 scrap and 1 concealed token will go to the garage. And when you remove those concealed tokens from the board, they just get shuffled back into the total pile, so they don't get removed. Like if you reveal all the alien ones, you're not safe the rest of the game.
And I added scrap, but it already had a conceal, so I'm not adding another one.
Right. All right.
My turn?
Back to you.
All right. I'm moving in for 1. I'm picking up scrap for 2.
Excellent.
I'm going to craft a flashlight for 3. And because... Let's keep track. I'm on 3.
Yeah.
Because I am in the med bay with a flashlight, I complete this Where Is It mission.
Yep. So that's how easy it was to complete that objective. So when they're completed, you just turn them face down. And now we only have 2 more to do.
And I will be super, super generous and use my 4th action to help Joe get away at least a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All right. So that's going to be the end of Emily's action phase. So we'll go to her encounter. So here's one of the ash cards that Emily spoke about earlier. So this is Order 937. And it says, each crew member loses 1 scrap.
I don't have any.
Luckily, we both spent our scrap last turns. And then if Ash is in the ship, move him 2 spaces. So as Emily kind of noted earlier, Ash, you can place him in the ship at the beginning of the game for a more difficult version of the game. And he moves around and he destroys scrap in the spots he moves through. And if he encounters a crew member, he destroys some scrap that they're holding. If they don't have any scrap, though, it's morale damage.
Yeah.
So he attacks them instead. So...
he's a turd.
Yeah, so we're just playing the normal version of the game instead of the increased difficulty version of it. So, that was your turn though, right?
That was me.
Okay.
You're up.
All right, so I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, and get to.
Well, you complete that mission too, because you're technically in hypersleep.
Yep, I am in the hypersleep with the motion tracker, so that completes check the hypersleep chamber. So, all clear. No alien here.
Check.
But that was my 4 actions, so I can't pick up that coolant as much as I want to help us get to that 3rd objective. So back to the encounter phase. This is going really too smooth so far, isn't it? I feel
the alien cards have been generous.
Yeah, they have. All right, here we go. The alien is hunting this turn, so they'll move 2. So 1, 2. And they would have done 4 damage to us if they hit us, so that is not good.
That would have been bad.
But Emily has the flashlight, so we explain what the motion tracker does.
Right.
What the flashlight does, if you would ever take morale damage, Emily's character, you reduce it by 1.
Right.
So that is included like on her turn, or it doesn't take an action to use. Right. On my turn or during the encounter phase, it doesn't matter if you have the flashlight, and it has infinite uses too. So they're really good to get early in the game, especially in a 2-player game if both of you can get them, because then you're just going to take a little less morale damage since you don't have much to go. So. That is it for my turn, though, so back to you.
Right. I need a coolant canister.
Mm-hmm.
And the alien's blocking that one, and you're dibsing that one, so I'm going to have to come down here and reveal. I really wish that I had scrap to have a motion detector, but I don't, so I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, And then I'm coming
4.
down for 4. The very first thing you have to do is a conceal. Oh no!
All right, so Emily revealed the concealed token, and it is the alien. So on the token, it has a picture of the alien, and then it shows you how much morale damage you're going to take.
But I
so
have the
we will take
flashlight.
3, but Emily has the flashlight, so instead we will only take 2. 1, 2. We move it down, and then this gets shuffled back into the rest of the concealed tokens again to be possibly added back out later. So what else happens when you encounter the alien?
I run.
You do have to flee 3 spaces away. So
1, 2, 3. I could come to this coolant canister, or I could go 1, 2, 3.
back up towards that one.
Back up towards that one.
It's up to you. Or you could go 1, 2, 3 into this room with all that scrap and be trapped if the alien steps up.
Yeah,
there is another
so
concealed.
I don't want to do that. Thanks, though, for asking.
And if you flee into another concealed token, that stops your movement. You have to reveal that and resolve it.
I want scrap, but that's farther away. I can realistically get to the coolant, so I'm just gonna do that. 1, 2, 3.
Cool.
And because we did encounter the alien this time, no encounter card, so it's just now.
So if you encounter the alien on a concealed token, it ends your turn. You don't get to take any more actions, but then you don't have to draw an encounter card either. So it's all quiet now. All right.
Too quiet.
A little too quiet. Let's see here. So for my first action, I'm going to go ahead and pick up this coolant canister. And where do we need to take him to? The docking bay?
The docking bay right next to you.
Yeah.
And next to the alien.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my problem with the docking bay there.
Just sneak on over to the galley or something and hide.
Well, I only have 3 more actions left, so I can get 1, 2, 3. I can only get 1 away from there.
Well, you're within 3 of him coming anyway.
I know. But so are you right now.
3, 1, 2, 3. So you're just gonna not move. Oh, make some scrap.
I can do that. I feel like I should just move and drop it, and if he attacks me, he attacks me. We have a lot of morale left, and we only have 1 objective. It might be worth the damage.
I feel like that's tempting fate, but okay.
It is. 1, 2, and then for my third action, I'm going to take the drop, and go ahead and, or for my fourth action, I mean, I'm going to drop that coolant canister there.
Or no, you did not craft.
Nope, I didn't. I picked up the coolant canister for my first action, dropped for my fourth, and then moved.
Okay.
Oh, encounter. Oh, great. Perfect. See, he moves 1. The alien does, so...
He's moving into yours.
Yeah, the alien will come on up to my spot there. I will take 2 morale damage, or the crew will take 2 morale damage, as it says there. So move that down. But then 2 scrap and 1 concealed token will go out the docking bay, which is where we're at.
And because we're already there, we do not actually have to deal with this.
It's when you enter the space, not when you leave it or if you're already there. So I could, but I have to leave anyways because the alien came in and messed up my day. So I got to flee 3 away. So I will go this way. I'm going to come back over here and try to...
He can see you. You're not even hiding behind a corner.
Well, the doors are closed.
I'm just saying that Ripley got away from hiding behind a corner. So.
Well, I'm behind the food in the galley. It'll be okay.
He's not hungry for galley food.
I know. The alien's hungry for us.
For Parker food. Okay. That was an encounter, so we don't have to do an encounter card again.
No, that was the encounter card.
Oh, that was the encounter card.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's your turn again.
So 1 is going to be picking up the coolant can.
Yep.
2, 3, 4.
Okay, excellent. So we'll go ahead and reveal the next encounter card. So it is quiet again. The alien will move 1. So let's see, they're 1, 2, 3, 4 away from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they're gonna move down, coming for Ripley.
I got a flashlight.
No, I guess my card was covering that. So yeah, so Ripley is 1, 2, 3, 4 from where the alien was at, but I was 5, so the alien went down instead. And then we'll put 2 scrap and a concealed token in the airlock.
2 scrap, 1 conceal.
Yep. All right. So I'm gonna head up here to Mother. I'm going to pick up scrap for my first action, and when you pick up scrap as an action, you can pick up all the scrap in a room, so it's not 1 per scrap. So that was my second action, pick up scrap.
Same with if we traded. If you're in the same spot, you could trade, and that would be the same thing. You could trade
as many items, or scrap as you want to trade. The next action I'm going to take is to pick up this coolant canister, just in case Ripley can't make it over there, or gets the alien chasing after her.
Or our final mission needs
Yeah, or sometimes the final missions need coolant canisters. So yeah, it's good to have it since I can carry it anyways.
Yep.
And then for 4, I'll move back out. Or should I craft something? I have 4 scrap.
Okay, so let's see. We already have a motion. You have a motion tracker. I've got a flashlight. So we have the electric prod as an option.
Yep.
That reduces the amount of morale by 2, but it only gets 2 uses.
Yep.
Or you've got the grapple gun. And that one moves the alien back, 3 spaces.
Yep, if I shoot it.
And then you've got the incinerator. That costs 4 to craft, but that sends the alien back to the nest, and that also has 2 uses.
I like the incinerator, I think.
You like the incinerator? The cat carrier, what if you come along?
Where do we have to go? We have to go to the docking bay, which is up here. So that would get the alien all the way back to the nest when you incinerate it. So I'm going to spend 4 scrap to craft the incinerator.
Right.
And as Emily said, that has 2 uses. So to use it, you have to be within 3 spaces of the alien. You use an action, you flip it over, and then see now it has 1 use left. And it sends the alien all the way back to the nest. So you don't have to deal with it for a while, hopefully. All right, back to the next encounter to end my turn. Order 937.
Those are never good.
Meet me in the infirmary. The active crew member moves to the med bay. And then it says, if Ash is in the ship and no crew members with him, move him 2 spaces. So I will move myself to the med bay.
Real close to the alien.
Right up next to the alien. Fun for me. But it is your turn.
Okie dokie. Let's see. I could move you 1, 2, 3 and trade with you. No, that would be silly. I could just move you, but so you could still incinerate him.
Mm-hmm.
So how many for the incinerator? It's 3?
3 spaces, yep.
1, 2, 3. So I'm going to move you 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
And then I guess really I'll just...
Could you move up 1?
I'd have a flashlight, though, if he comes.
Right.
So I'm just going to hang out. We're going to be buddies.
Okay.
Besties.
So yeah, Emily's just skipping her 4th action, which is fine.
Yeah.
Alright, so I will go ahead and reveal the next one. It is quiet. Again, we're looking out here. The alien will move 1 towards us. And then, unfortunately, 2 scrap and an concealed token are going to go in the galley. So, right where we need to go.
But you've got the motion tracker
I do.
with unlimited uses. So you're going to just shoot that way, shoot that way.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I got a lot of using my items here this turn. So
Parker was pretty BA in the movie, so it is fitting that he's just going to sit there and
yep, I got my incinerator, I got my motion tracker. So what I'm going to do is I will, for my first action, use the motion tracker to reveal this. Just in case it was the alien, I wanted to do that first.
Yeah.
Because if I use the incinerator and then reveal the alien here...
He'd pop back up.
Yeah, it'd come right back.
Smart.
Oh, there's one up there, too, that could be the alien now.
Well, I think we need to deal with the problems in front of us first.
So for my second action, I will use the incinerator, so I'll flip it over. That'll burn the alien. Yep, it goes running back to the nest. For my third action... Should I trade you the motion tracker since you'll be able to...
Move next?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. I got room.
Alright, so yeah, I'll do a trade to give you the motion tracker, and then for my 4th action, I'll just move 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'll just come up that way. Yeah, I can pick up that scrap on the way or something, so...
That'll beat you to it.
Encounter! So here we go. Alien will move 1 again. And then we'll put 1 scrap and a concealed token in the workshop.
Workshop is down here. Already has a concealed, so we'll just get the 1 scrap.
All right, your turn.
Alrighty. I'm gonna go. Okay, so I'm gonna go 1, 2. For 3, I'm going to use the motion tracker to track this. Oh, it's Jonesy. Let's show Jonesy.
Yeah, let's show Jonesy off here.
Favorite. Even though he still does damage.
There's Jonesy.
He's so cute.
So, oops, I have it upside down. There we go. So, there's Jonesy. You can see him down there in the ship. He's really small, but he does do the 1 morale. But luckily, you have the flashlight, so it is reduced by 1. So you don't take any damage. And if you would have had the cat carrier, you would actually capture Jonesy.
Well, would I do damage anyway because I'm not in the space?
What do you mean?
Would I do damage?
Oh, no, it wouldn't anyways, because you're right. You used the motion tracker, so.
That's right.
Cool.
All right, so I moved 1, 2. I motion tracked for 3.
Oh, if you move me there, I can drop my canister. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I could get there and drop mine next turn anyways.
But then now you can pick up scrap too, just in case we need it. So I'll move him for 4.
Okay.
And you can just do both coolant canisters, even though I do have one. I'm not totally dependent, but teamwork.
All right, so here we go. This is a bad card. So
awesome.
This is called Alien. Return the alien to the nest. So hey, that's good, right? But then all the bad stuff comes. It says, place a concealed token in each room where no crew members or concealed tokens are present. So we're gonna take
are all labeled with these little blue.
Yep. And one up
Actually, I think there's
here.
only... Oh, well, you're in the galley, so that's good.
Yep.
But another one goes in the docking bay,
Yep.
hypersleep.
Yep.
Here, the maintenance. I think that's all of them.
Yeah, so that's really gonna slow us down now because we have to check out everything and make sure.
Well, you right there, you can craft another motion tracker because there are 2 and check that room.
Yep, I could.
Anyway.
All right, so then after you place those all out there, you do shuffle all alien encounter cards back into the deck. So let me find the alien cards that have come out so far.
So.
And that is the ones that actually say alien on them, like that. And that's not normally see-through, it just matches our green screen. So.
And a byproduct of that, of course, is the longer you play, the harder it's going to be because there are multiples of those cards. So you don't put those nice, quiet cards back in. You just keep putting those bad aliens. So it's not timed, but it's timed.
Eventually the encounter deck's just going to get to be the ash cards that are removing your scrap, and the alien cards that are making
Ruining
the
your
alien
day.
move fast and attack for a lot.
Right.
Yeah. So
That's
kind
a
of
pro tip for you.
Yeah, yes.
Go quicker.
Go fast.
All right, so it's your turn?
Yeah. So I will start by picking up the scrap. Spend the
that
2 to
motion.
craft the second motion tracker. And then I'm going to use the motion tracker to reveal this. It is empty.
Yay!
So this is what the empty ones look like. Just the empty hallway. That gets shuffled back in. So that was 1, 2, 3 actions. So for my 4th action, I'll move 1 over. Perfect. And encounter phase. Order 937, crew expendable. So this is like that alien card we just had. So the active crew member loses all scrap tokens. Luckily I spent mine. Shuffle all Order 937 encounter cards back into the encounter deck. And if Ash was on the board, he would move as well, unless he was with.
Well, while you are shuffling those
So similar to the alien cards, we have the Order 937 cards. Those are all going to get shuffled back in, making it more difficult for us.
While you do that, I'm taking my turn because here I am. 1, 2. My 3rd action will be dropping in the coolant canister, and my 4th action will be picking up this scrap.
Yep, so when you drop that second coolant canister, that does complete the second objective, or the third objective, the final objective. We'll take our chances in the shuttle. So we drop 2 coolant canisters in the docking bay. We have successfully done that. So that flips over, and then when that flips over, we reveal the final mission.
Dun, dun. Now there are 5 final missions, so it is just luck of the draw.
Yep. So at the beginning of the game, you
Same
shuffle
with
them up.
objectives. How many? There's several objectives too.
There's a lot that come with it. Yeah. Yep. So you're getting different objectives and different.
So
final
it's not
missions.
the same old, same old.
Yep. That's right. So this one says we're gonna blow up the ship.
Cool.
Setup. So place all discarded coolant canisters into equipment storage. We currently don't have any discarded coolant canisters. As I said earlier, you can take coolant canisters to the workshop and discard them to create more scrap. We haven't even been, well, we did, you went down there, but...
for a minute.
Yeah, we haven't needed a ton of scrap yet this game, so we've been lucky not to have to do that. So they stay where they are. The active crew member takes all the self-destruct tracker, that's you, takes the self-destruct tracker and places 4 countdown tokens on it. So we happen to have that over there already.
This board, and these are just removable. 1, 2, 3, 4, and again they all move. The board under it looks the same, but just like the movie, you know, you gotta activate all those knobs.
So at the start of that crew member's turn, the following turns, 1 token will be removed from the self-destruct tracker. So at the beginning of every one of Emily's turns, she is now going to have to remove one of those. So now there's a new defeat condition besides the crew lost. Oh, that's hard to see there. I'll do this. So besides us getting our morale of the crew lost, there is a new defeat condition. If the crew member with the self-destruct tracker starts their turn and cannot remove one of the tokens, the Nostromo and her crew are destroyed.
Basically, I got 4 turns.
Yep. So
when it gets back to me, I'll take this one. When it gets back to me, I'll take this one, and so on and so forth.
The way we win now is by completing this mission, and to complete it, all crew members must assemble in the airlock, which is right there, with 1 scrap each and 1 coolant canister each.
Well, wait, Brian, can we re-pick them up?
Yeah, you can.
Boom.
So
there's hope.
There is hope. We really lucked out here because we're in a good situation. The coolant canisters had to be right by where we needed to go anyway, so now we can just pick them up and move them on. Woo! That is lucky.
Don't jinx it, all right?
Don't jinx it?
The alien's fast.
The alien is fast, yeah,
Right.
and the encounter deck is getting harder. That was the end of your turn, but we haven't done the encounter yet, have we?
Oh, yeah, see?
Yeah.
It's already coming for us.
Yep. So here's your encounter. Oh, look, stock. So the alien will move 3.
2, 3. So it's
right below us. And then nothing else happens. The alien just stalks us. That's great.
Okay.
Okay. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come here. I'm going to spend my last charge of the incinerator to burn the alien. So this goes back over there, and that sends the alien back to the nest. So that's 2 actions. Oh, that was a bad move.
Why?
Oh, too late now.
Why was it a bad move?
For my 3rd action, I'm going to motion tracker this room. We lucked out. If that was the alien, it would have came right back to where we needed it to go.
Hey, we're super lucky.
Yeah. So that gets removed from the board because it was empty.
Do that first.
Think about your actions before you take them all.
All right.
And maybe talk it out with your team. It is a team game, right? So for my 4th action, I can move 1, or I can craft a scrap. That way I have it.
I have another scrap, so I can trade you one next time if you want to do that. So if I would pick
Let's see if you can
canister.
pick one up. Move. Ooh, for my 4th action, I will trade with you to get a scrap. How's that sound?
You could have just crafted it yourself, but okay.
Oh, right, yeah, I'll do that. That's silly. I'll leave your 2, and I'll craft one myself. Duh.
That way, just in case everyone has to lose one, I still have one.
Yeah, don't forget about your special abilities either. So I'll use my special ability to craft 1 scrap. All right, so now we go to the encounter phase. The alien stalks again, so the alien moves 3 one more time. 1, 2, 3. Our incinerator's gone too, so that's we're tough luck now. We have to deal with this alien. All right, your turn.
Okay.
At the beginning of your turn, remove 1 from the board.
Oh,
So
yep.
Tick tock.
Tick tock. Tick tock. I'm going to pick up the coolant canister.
Okay. 1 action.
Should I motion detect either of those to try and get the alien not 1 away, but maybe 2?
Well, you can do that, the hypersleep chamber from where you're at.
I know, but this one, okay. So I've done 1 action. Let's reveal that for 2 with my motion tracker.
It is the alien. So you will gain an action, and the alien moves up there.
So I've technically only done 1 action.
Okay.
2.
Okay.
3.
That one is clear.
4.
Sure.
Should I move you away from it a little bit? Can you still 1, 2, 3, 4? You can.
I already have a coolant canister. I don't need to pick it up.
Oh, well then.
Sure.
Well, wait. You have a flashlight? You have a flashlight too? No?
No flashlight.
But we can choose him to come towards me.
Yep.
Let's go with that.
Okay. So let's reveal the encounter. The active crew member moves to the med bay. It is order 937. Meet me in the infirmary again.
Cool.
And then if Ash was in the ship, he would move around too.
Oh, man.
You're far away now.
I am 2 turns away now.
Okie dokie. So what I'm going to do, I think, because it's my turn again, is move here for 1, pick up the scrap for 2.
You have 3, so you could do the grapple gun and move them 3 away.
No, what I think I'll do, since you're so far away anyways...
Did you craft one yourself?
Is I'm going to craft a scrap, and then for my
Incinerator?
4th action, craft the incinerator. Just in case he's in our way, we can send him...
Back to the nest.
The alien way out of... Get out of here. Go back to the nest, alien.
Alright.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
That's my turn, right? Yeah, encounter. Oh, we got a quiet. Not many of those left, I don't think. So the alien will move 1, and then 2 scrap, and a concealed token will go to the equipment storage, which is right here. But there's already concealed tokens. Just some scrap.
Okay, so it's me.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Alrighty.
I'm so close. I think you should just incinerate. He's gonna damage us, but then you're just gonna shoot him back just for.
We're fine. We're fine anyways. Okay, so the alien card came up again. Lost the signal. So the alien's going to return to the nest.
Oh, wait, that was my turn. So I would...
Oh, right. Yeah, we forgot to do that at the beginning of your turn. Good call. Yep. So we only have 2 more of your turns left. So we forgot about that, didn't we? How little time we have left.
Yeah.
So at the end of your turn, we'll do this. The alien goes back to the nest again.
He does?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Then we place a concealed token at every location where we are not.
So there would be one there.
Here. Cutting off the whole ship again. Luckily not in the airlock since
Because
I
you're
am
already there.
there. Luckily I stayed there and I didn't move out. If I would have moved out...
Smart choice.
Yep, so then all the alien cards get shuffled back in again. Got them all. Okay. My turn?
Yep, craft a scrap.
I will craft a scrap. So I have one on me.
And then that's it.
And then I'm just going to stay there, I think.
And an encounter card.
Well, I could motion tracker there.
Why would you bring it? Why?
Maybe I want to use my incinerator. Try it out. I haven't got to try my new incinerator I crafted.
No.
It is the alien card again. Well, a different one. This is the hunt card. So the alien will move 2. So it is coming for us.
It is now my 3rd turn, so I will remove that tracker. However, I'm going to move into the airlock with my move. And because, what does it say? We have a scrap and...
1 scrap and 1 coolant canister each.
That's a new word, canister.
Canister. We have achieved the final mission. We are going to blow up the ship. We've made it before the self-destruct to the airlock so we can escape, and...
The alien is not in there napping.
The alien is not in the escape pod napping.
Spoiler alert.
Wait, there's a second one. Oh no.
An egg?
Spoiler alert, yeah. But yeah, that's Alien Fate of the Nostromo. Or Nostromo.
Nostromo.
Yeah. So let's show off the other characters and their special abilities and stuff like that, and then we'll show off all the miniatures. So I'll start with the alien miniature, I guess. Look at get him up close here. Hopefully you can kind of see. Very cool looking miniature.
Super cool.
Looks just like the alien from the movie. Go with Parker next. Very good.
Ripley over here.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
you got
go
Brett.
ahead.
You got Brett.
Yeah, I got Brett.
Invisible Brett.
Oh no, Brett! I'll show him up here. Why do you got to be green, Brett?
And that is Brett's card.
Yep, let's show off
Which
Brett.
will also be invisible, huh? So.
Yep. So Brett is the engineering tech. He only gets 3 actions per turn compared to Ripley and Parker having 4. And his special ability is reduce the cost of any item that costs 2 or more scrap by 1 scrap. And items don't take an action to craft. So Brett is really good to like pick up scrap, build stuff, and then trading it with other people. So it'd be great in like a 4 or 5 player game because they can kind of manage all that.
All right, you want to get Dallas? Or, oh no,
yep, let's show Dallas. Yep, Dallas.
Duck and Dallas.
Duck and Dallas. Yeah, he's in a crouch position. That's how he thinks best. Let's see here. And Dallas's special ability is he has no special ability as the captain, but he has 5 actions. So, in games where I've played Dallas, he's great to actually move around, grab stuff, bring it back to other people, trade. Or I would follow people around and like trade the items with them and use them and trade them back on their turn and stuff like that. He's great for just versatility.
Lambert?
Oh, and Lambert. Let's show Lambert. Emily's favorite character in the movie.
Listen, if you've seen the movie, you'll understand why I don't like Lambert.
Yeah. There's Lambert. I think that's the scene right at the end, right before the alien, spoiler alert again, gets her. So here we have Lambert, has 4 actions as well. They are the navigator for the ship, and their special ability is spend an action to look at the top card of the encounter deck, and then you can put it on the bottom. So Lambert's really good in a higher player count game as well because you can really help control this encounter card deck on your turn at least. and make sure that something awful isn't going to come up. Like maybe the main alien card that makes you reshuffle them all and then cuts off the entire ship. You can make sure that's on the bottom of the deck and stuff like that if you get lucky.
She's useful in the game. On a ship, though.
So we have Ripley. Her hair is feathered and fatal.
Feathered and fatal. Super 70s.
Super. Yep. And I'll show off Ripley's card as well.
I think I mean, yeah.
Again, yeah, we'll do it again because it's Ripley.
That was Ripley.
There we have it. 4 actions, and again, the special ability was move another crew member 1 space. That's huge. And that really works well for Ripley because you can just move other people into the alien instead of having to move into it yourself. Or
she hasn't done that yet, though.
You could walk them into the concealed tokens to reveal them.
That, I guess, I could use you as my baby.
Yeah. And that way Ripley survives.
More commonly, I use it, I just don't do anything and I move people and I'm pretty useless, except for my special ability, so that's been more likely. So then here's the
self-destruct tracker.
Yep, the tracker.
It's pretty cool. It's the cores and like that they open up on the ship and they all come up.
Fun. They're the same thing. It's just removable
just to help
versions.
You. And there's your danger warning. And
we can go over the more objectives. So you saw R3, but again, it's 1 per every player plus an extra. So you could have up to 6 if you play with 5 people. So there's also drive them into the airlock. In that case, you need to bring an incinerator to the airlock. There is what's the damage. That means that all crew members have to be in the workshop.
Yeah,
that one's really hard if you have a lot of players.
Yeah, if you have 4 people, you have to get everyone down to the sub deck.
Right.
Which is tough, even if you have this incinerator, because you're sending the alien right back here. So, yeah, it's tough. You get cut off quick on that one.
Shouldn't have landed on this ball. Bring a grapple gun to the garage. The garage is down
So we didn't craft the grapple gun, but the ability of the grapple gun is if the alien's within 3 spaces, you can use it to move the alien 3 spaces away. So instead of just sending them back to the incinerator, you can actually send the alien like up to a corner of the ship or something like that, kind of get them out of a way for a while.
Scoot them, especially if you do need to get down here. You don't want to send them back to the nest. You want to send them back like towards the bridge or mother.
Yep.
All right, give it a little incentive. Bring an electric prod to the galley. So the galley was up here, and we did not do a prod either, did we?
We didn't, but it's like the flashlight where it reduces the morale loss, except it has 2 uses, and it reduces by 2 instead of 1.
Encounter the nest. Bring an incinerator to the nest. That's where everyone wants to go, right? Is to the nest.
You got to burn the nest up.
All right, we've got prep suits. Strap 2 coolant canisters in suit storage. So we did it in the docking bay, but you can also have it where you have to go to suit storage,
which is right there.
And then the last option is crew meeting. All crew members in the galley, which was right there, with at least 1 scrap token.
Yep. So there's that one right there. So lots of other objectives that could come out and cause you much more trouble.
Yeah.
And as I said, if you're playing at higher player counts, those meet in the same spot ones get really tricky to do. Fun, but tricky.
Is there a way to get the board a little closer so they can see like how this artwork's super cool? And it is harder, I know, farther away to see that there's 2 levels. It's really easy to read on the board. It might not be as easy or translate as well on the camera.
Ooh, so let's show that off here.
So let's go up. There you go.
So and there's like the Nostromo up there.
It's basically the top floor we're showing you now. And then if you move it right
there's the nest.
It's the nest and the subfloor. And you can see, a sub deck, and there it is labeled also.
And then if we move over, you can see the crew morale just a little bit closer to the track there.
Yep.
And then one of the best parts here of the board.
The
is on the back. You have Jonesy coming out of the dark, just like in the movie, terrifying the crew.
If you've played this, but your friend hasn't, you just pick up the board and you hiss at them.
And then they get to be first player.
And then pressure's on them.
Yeah.
And then we've got the box, which is a super cool box with the egg.
Yep. In space, no one can hear you scream.
Definitely not if you scream like Joe.
No. Help.
And then, like, the sides all have
the egg or
really
Jonesy.
cool artwork. The Nostromo itself.
Yep.
What was it called?
Xenomorph?
The
or
Xenomorph.
Alien.
Yeah, the Xenomorph. And then there it is, crowd favorite.
Yep.
Jonesy. And then the back, of course, is
Oh, that's what we didn't go over. Well, we kind of covered it earlier, but there is Ash as well. And for a more challenging game, you can set up Ash. Ash would start in the med bay because
Hi, Jonesy. That's right.
That's right.
He does damage,
Meow,
and you
meow.
still can't hate him.
He would start in the med bay right here, and then slowly move around the ship, destroying scrap or removing it from the board,
Right.
and taking scrap from people's inventory as well and removing it, or doing damage to the crew as well. So on top of keeping away from the alien, you also have to watch out for Ash. And there's actually some final missions that even if you're not playing with Ash,
What are the other final missions we can go over?
I think I'm actually missing one over here, but there are some of that. If Ash, even if you're not playing with Ash, one of the final missions will bring Ash out. It's called "You Have My Sympathies," which is this one right here, and you have to like collect coolant canisters and then encounter Ash on the board and use the coolant canister to kind of do damage to him. And you have to do 3, and then
we did not complete
he's
that mission.
defeated and you win. No, we did not.
Incredibly difficult.
Yep, it's cool because it's like, okay, you have your first part of the game, and then the final mission happens. It's like, okay, now we have to like actually fight back.
Yeah.
But the alien's still on the board too, coming for you. So not only do you have to defeat Ash, you also have to watch out for the alien. It's like there's so much going on. It's awesome. This one is Escape on the Narcissus. So you have to place, or you have to assemble in the docking bay. So that's actually pretty easy. Oh no, there's 2 objectives as well. You have to drop 1 coolant canister in the docking bay per crew member. So which the docking bay was right here. And then you also have to have a crew member with the cat carrier and incinerator in inventory. And then after you complete those 2 objectives, you then have to all meet in the docking bay, all the crew members.
Super simple. We made it look easy because we happened to be, but the final mission is
usually very, very tricky.
Very difficult.
This one is cut off every bulkhead and every vent. To win this one, you have to clear all concealed tokens on the Nostromo to win the game. So if that alien, like we had almost every room, we had almost every
Even
concealed
if you have
token out on
almost
the
all
board.
of them, and then you do that encounter card and just back.
Yeah.
Rough.
And towards the end of the game, it's going to be more likely if that keeps coming out. And the last one is blow it out into space. So this one, the alien must be in or adjacent to the docking bay. 1 crew member must be in the airlock. 1 crew member must be at the bridge. And then you have to reveal an alien type encounter from the deck in the encounter phase to win. That one's tricky.
Right.
It takes a lot of setup, but...
So we do have someone asking about the coolant canisters affecting the alien, and they do not. The only effect they have to complete missions or to trade it in the workshop for scrap or in that final mission where you need to use it against Ash.
Yep.
The aliens don't care. Or the aliens, no, the alien doesn't care.
Yes. Someone is asking, on top of the xenomorph, will there be a face hugger you have to deal with? There is not. This game, as far as after rewatching the movie, it takes place after that scene, after the face hugger.
After the galley?
Yep, they're back on the ship. The I forgot which crew member it was, has the chest burster come out, everyone gets scared, and it takes off. This takes place after that, so there's no face hugger, there's no eggs. We're already back on the ship. Just
1 alien.
What's 1 alien that we know of? So no, thankfully no face huggers.
In this one. There are a lot of alien movies though, so you never know.
You never know, right?
You put it out there, so.
But yeah, does anyone? I'm not sure if anyone wants to see anything else, or we've pretty much shown off everything.
I feel like they've seen mostly everything.
Everything again. The box is kind of just like.
Oh, I guess the back of the.
Oh yeah, the back of the player boards are the.
Like the badges.
There we go. And yeah, it has your name on there, and then. Yeah, I think that's gonna wrap it up here. So.
Yep. So remember, go pre-order at Target now. It's $29.99. You can wait. That comes out August 1st, or wait until later and check out Amazon or whatever your game store is that you like to go to. But Target comes first, or releases first on August 1st. That's a lot of first.
Yes. That's
releases first on August 1st at Target.
And again, this is a 1 to 5 player game, so it can be played solo, ages 10 and up. Takes about 45 to 60 minutes, so we played it in just about an hour, even explaining everything and showing off everything here. And it was published by Ravensburger.
Right.
So yeah, that's going to go ahead and wrap up our stream. Thanks everyone for joining us today. We hope you enjoyed watching us defeat the alien, or escape the alien.
Yeah.
We didn't defeat it. It's
Yeah.
still roaming around this ship. So hopefully you enjoyed it. Till next time, though, stay safe, and thanks for watching.
Bye.
Bye.
Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods in a sustainable way. Achieving a balance between growth and sustainability is the final challenge for every civilization. Imagine Earth Limited, building a better future in space.
Did you know the term war driving, the practice of searching for Wi-Fi wireless networks from a moving vehicle, has apparently been in use since the 1980s, when it was adapted from war dialing, the practice of calling sequential phone numbers to see which one would hit a server. Nobody told me that stealing internet from my local laundromat had a cool name, and I consider you all responsible. And that's a fact about the internet.
If you don't save the Hopper, no one will.
Did you know? The primary syllabaries or character sets on the internet are kamoji and emoji, where kamoji are used to convey complete sentences or phrases. Emoji are intended to be parsed separately and can be integrated with other writing systems. And that's a fact about the internet.
Attention campers. Today's lunch
will be pork and beans on toast. The vegan option is beans and beans on toast. The paleo option will be pork and pork on a stone slab. The gluten-free option will be pork and beans on pork and beans. That is all.
Did you know? The first portable computer was the Osborne, a 24-pound suitcase-sized device. Much less well regarded was the first portable Wi-Fi router. It was called the Godmother and had to be mounted onto the dorsal plate of a Japanese spider crab. And that's a fact about the internet.
This is Labrat.
Good. You have unlocked a new puzzle. Begin the next puzzle. Good work. Here is your achievement.
Your job is to evaluate a puzzle game that is being crafted by this artificial intelligence.
I will now gauge your interest in multiplayer by simulating a multiplayer experience. I am helping. We are doing this together. We are friends. People bond by doing activity.
Unfortunately, the AI has gained access to more data than we anticipated, and it seems to be generating new games based on whatever it finds.
The place where you live is dark and full of crimes.
What are we going to do? You have nothing on me.
You can support us by wishlisting Labrat on Steam, or by signing up for the closed beta at labrat.study. Thank you.
Did you know? Sometimes people come on the internet just to tell lies. Could you believe someone would do that? Just go onto the internet and tell lies? Well, they do. And that's a fact about the internet.
I decided, you know what, I've dabbled in indie games. I'm gonna give this one last shot.
Let's just make a game.
It felt like jumping into the deep end.
I realized that making games is like a real thing that you can do.
It's just so, that's the word, is liberating.
We owned this project. Success for us is defined as being able to continue to do this because we really love it.
We want to be what we know.
Making something that people enjoy.
We're Child's Play, and since 2003, we've been very busy. We supply toys and games to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
Attention campers, we've had the conversation about glitter in the craft barn, about glitter not leaving the craft barn. We will not have this conversation again. That is all.
Did you know? An SQL slammer is both the name of a computer worm that almost turned off the whole internet back in 2003, and an extremely potent tequila drink. Sadly, the drink's recipe was lost forever when the floppy disk containing it fell out of a child's hands into the San Francisco Bay. And that's a fact about the internet.
Acquisitions Incorporated is the leader in interplanar artifact recovery, with exciting new franchise opportunities in your area. Are you eager to liberate the lost treasures of a dragon's hoard? Are you desperate for work and lack better options? With Kingdom-class on-the-job training, our franchisees learn the skills they need to ensure their legacy and their survival.
Hello, and welcome to the Tetris Effect, why Tetris is the ultimate puzzle game. Today we're going to be talking about Tetris. I'm joined by some really awesome panelists, and I'm going to give them the opportunity to introduce themselves on my screen. Let's start with Charlie.
Everyone, name's Charlie Wackolds. You might know me from work at DualShockers, Twinfinite, or Android Central.
And Lucas.
Lucas White, editor at Prima Games. Morgan is my boss.
She made you do this?
That's good. Jesse.
Hi, I'm Jesse. I'm an editor at Prima Games. Morgan is also my boss. I love that intro. I don't know why. Thank you for having me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being part of this. Jonathan.
Hey, I'm Jonathan Holmes. I write at Destructoid.com and also Nintendo Force Magazine.
I'm going to pass it to Brendan, and I'm going to be last.
Hello, my name is Brendan Groom, and I do not work for Morgan, so they did not make me do this panel. But you may know me as the host of the Pass the Controller podcast and the editor at Pass the Controller.
And I am Morgan Shaver. I'm Jesse and Lucas's boss at Prima Games. And then I also do community management for Tetris. So all those weird memes on Twitter, that's my fault. All right, so let's jump right in. So what was everyone's first introduction to Tetris? And are there any games that kind of bring a strong feeling of nostalgia for you when you're thinking about Tetris? Anybody can answer.
Or the arcade version.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you're good. I think the first one I played was Tetris and Dr. Mario on the SNES, oddly enough.
I didn't even know that existed.
As far as I can remember. But But I think the most like significant one for me would be Tetris DS. That's like where I learned to actually like play Tetris, you know what I mean? So like poke at it for a little bit. Part of that being like the 10-player multiplayer with the bizarre power-ups, and it was just like the perfect storm of Tetris and weird not Tetris stuff.
I'm a big fan of Tetris.
Almost
DS.
a Smash. Yeah, there's a Nintendo crossover. That was one of the first times, other than Smash, that you would get all those Nintendo characters together, just hanging out, playing Tetris.
Yep.
I really like Tetris World. Right, that was the one where you were building like the wonders of the world. I think that was Tetris Worlds. Yeah, that was GameCube. I think I played that one a ton. I was a Puzzle League kid growing up. Like Pokemon Puzzle League was my jam. And then I think I didn't find Tetris until like much later in life. But when I found Tetris, I was like, this is a damn good video game.
You would like Tetris World, Jesse. That's a Jesse game right there.
Yeah, I'm a weirdo.
Love that you call it Puzzle League, like on instinct.
Yeah.
And not Tetris Attack.
No, it's Pokemon Puzzle League.
That's where my brain goes.
Yo, Pokemon Puzzle League deserves
like a
more.
real name.
Yeah, I think I had a kind of a strange introduction to Tetris. When I was I think it was in 3rd grade, I was doing like a Secret Santa for my class, and this kid that had me, I guess he must have known that I like had a very latent interest in video games. This was like 2008, so I had just my family just gotten the Wii, so that was all I was talking about. And he got me this little handheld like only plays Tetris thing, and I have spent hundreds of hours with it. I don't really know how to categorize it because I think for the most part it was, at least from a form factor standpoint, kind of presented like Tetris, like classic like Game Boy Tetris, and then it had stuff like the instant drop and holds and stuff like that that kind of weren't necessarily in that version of Tetris. So it was kind of like a weird melding of styles. But it must have been hundreds of hours. I mean, I think I probably broke it just from playing it so much, and it stopped working probably like a year and a half ago, which is a little sad. But now I have Tetris Effect and Puyo Puyo Tetris and Tetris 99 and all these other games. So yeah, but that's like kind of like my introduction and the most notable version of Tetris for me.
I think my introduction was probably most likely the Game Boy Tetris game. I'm sure that was like that for a lot of other people, which is weird because growing up when my family got a Game Boy, it was like we had 3 games. Like in the beginning, we had Alien 3, sure, Play Action Football, okay, and then Tetris. It was like those were the 3 games we had for a while. We got other stuff at other points, but
No, you didn't. It was just Alien 3, Play Action Football, and Tetris your entire life.
I'm a big Alien guy, let me tell you. Favorite movie franchise
tell.
of all time. But yeah, I definitely learned and loved to play Tetris on the Game Boy. We definitely had an NES copy at some point as well. But for me, it was growing up with that Game Boy. And then when everyone else in my family stopped caring about video games, that Game Boy just stayed with me. So did Tetris. But I'll piggyback off of Lucas. I think for me personally, Tetris DS, I have a lot of nostalgia for that game. There's just so much I'm a big Nintendo fan, so all the stuff that's in there with Nintendo was amazing for me. And I think a lot of those bonus modes that were in the game were just really fun. And then on the more modern side, Tetris Effect is like, I push everyone to play that game as much as I can because I think that game is something very special.
Absolutely. I kind of mirror yours. Like I feel like my introduction was Tetris on Game Boy, but I feel like I didn't get as into it as I did when I started playing Tetris on PC through Tetris Friends. It was like this I don't know if it's a browser game, but you would go to the website and they had like these like Flash versions of Tetris, and then they had to shut down the site because like Flash wasn't supported. But I put so many hours into like Tetris Friends just on my laptop because that's all that would run on that laptop at the time. So it was just Tetris. Yeah, it was just so addicting, and especially with Tetris Friends kind of having almost like a competitive element to it. You know, getting better and better and playing better and better players was so satisfying. And then I would practice because I still had the Game Boy. I would practice on the Game Boy and just take it with me. And then, you know, more Tetris. But speaking of Tetris Effect, that is the next question I had.
I didn't get to go. Can I go?
Oh, yes. I'm
Thank
so
you.
sorry.
That's okay. I'm just excited to talk about Tetris. And I'm so much older than everyone here, which is exciting for me to like school you on the history. When Tetris hit the arcades, it was like the only thing that could compete with Gauntlet and Street Fighter 2, where you were all in utero, I think, at that point. But it was this amazing cultural bomb because we're talking still in the shadow of the Cold War. We were fed Rambo and all sorts of anti-Russia propaganda for so long. And all of a sudden it was like, love Russia, go to the arcade, put in a quarter, and like visit this scary but maybe fun alien world of both a puzzle game, like no one had played a puzzle game at that point, and also Russia at the same time. This melding of newness that felt at the time, I want to say similar to when a game like Undertale or something comes out and you're like, I've never seen anything. What is this? Is this indie? Is this some sort of trick? Like, what is this thing? That's what Tetris was to us at that time. And I've just been so impressed to see a game like that last for this long. Then came Sextris. Do you remember Sextris? They made look it up. And Hatris. They made it out of hats. Like it seemed like it would be a one-note pony, a one-trick pony at that point, a one-note tune. But instead, it's, I think, arguably bigger than ever, which I think is where Morgan was going to go next. Tetris Effect?
Tetris Effect.
Oh, it's so big. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, man. That is a good point, too, about the introduction of Tetris, too. Like, when it came in, when it became popular around that time zone, and just it coming from Russia, that is like a really good point. Tetris.
All the licensing fights and everything.
I just looked up Sextris. I now understand. I can't unsee it, but I saw it.
It's for bad boys. There's this awesome comic about Tetris. I don't know if you've all seen it. The Games People Play by Box Brown. And it gets into all that stuff I just talked about and more, all the licensing fights that I think Jesse might have just mentioned. Really super interesting stuff. But it came out before Tetris Effect, so I'm hoping it's a sequel to the comic just about where Tetris is at now, which is where I think you were going, Morgan?
Yeah, I was going to ask, so people who have played Tetris Effect here, how do you feel about the game? Do you think maybe like a sequel for it should be made just because it's so groundbreaking and so popular? You know, do you have a favorite level or song in the game? Like, how has Tetris Effect affected you? Oh, there we go.
Said the thing. So Tetris Effect was definitely something I was looking forward to when it was first announced. Like, it wasn't even like another version of Tetris. It was just like, okay, yeah, I'm in. And it came out, and I kind of missed it. But then I got a PSVR, which I'll forever associate with being laid off from my last job. And we picked up Tetris Effect, and I played it through in one sitting on the PSVR because I couldn't tear myself away from it. It was like just, you know, like, I mean, I have ADHD, so like that's sort of natural, but with Tetris Effect specifically, I didn't move for like 8 hours.
The thing that's crazy about Tetris Effect too, to kind of go with what you're saying about playing it in VR, is like you can play that game outside of VR and it's still wonderful and amazing. And if you have the opportunity to do that, I highly recommend it. But if you play it in VR, it's like I play a lot of stuff in VR, and you know, a big part of VR is being immersed in this thing. And like Tetris is, you're immersed in this thing, but you're not moving. Like, it's like so anti-VR at the same time, where it's like you're sitting there with a controller playing Tetris, but being like encapsulated in that space with the music, with the effects that the game does. It's just, it's somehow one of the best VR games with being like the anti-VR experience, if that makes any sense. Which is just, it's like kind of mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, it takes over all the senses you're using in that headset anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had kind of a similar experience to Lucas. I mean, I still haven't had a chance to jump into Tetris Effect in VR yet, even though I have a Quest in my house right now. I'm waiting until I'm in a position to, shell out the money for a game that I already own elsewhere. But um, I actually played Tetris Effect for the first time that I had COVID a couple months ago, and having that was like really messing with my head. There's obviously the existential dread, but there's also this kind of like weird, like, you feel really woozy and stuff. And also, I also have ADHD, and so I generally do not latch on to games that much, and when I do, I really do.
Yeah.
And so I actually was reviewing Tetris Effect Connected for DualShockers at the time, and I sat down and I booted up the game, and similar to Lucas, I just didn't move. I just put on some headphones, drew the curtains, and like just turned off all the lights, and it was beautiful. I mean, it wasn't in VR, but I still felt like I was like in my own world experiencing this for the first time. It was magical. And I think one level that stood out for me, at least, was the city level, where it's kind of like a jazz piano. I really like that one.
Mm-hmm. My favorite song in the game. Oh, go ahead, Jesse.
No, you go first.
I just want to throw in my favorite song in the game is probably in the first level. I think it's called Yours Forever, and it's just like, it has lyrics. Most of the music in the game doesn't have lyrics, and the lyrics are like, for not being, these big metaphors and all this stuff, it's like very impactful. I don't know. I draw a lot from the lyrics in that song, and enjoy it very much so.
That's
so it's like
single.
Yeah, exactly.
So I remember when that trailer for Tetris Effect first came out. It was like Sony was doing like a week of announcements leading up into E3. They were announcing one game every day. They announced Tetris Effect, and I remember being so mad that it wasn't in the E3 proper show, that they had like relegated Tetris Effect to being like, we're just going to put this up on the PlayStation blog. And I was like, this trailer is so good. It's like no Tetris game I've ever seen before. Like, that should have been at least in the pre-show of E3. But like to relegate, I remember being so mad, but I watched that trailer like 100 times. I showed that trailer to like anybody who would listen to me that week. I was like, we're going to sit down for like 2 minutes. You're going to watch this trailer. They're going to tell you about the Tetris Effect. It's going to have a really kicking song, and then we're just going to go buy this game when it comes out. And so then when it inevitably did come out, I bought it, and I remember just like sitting my roommate down, and I was like, we're going to go on an adventure. I hope you're cool with that. And my roommate's like kind of into Tetris, not like probably as big into Tetris as I am. But we sat there and we played through about half of it in the first sitting. And then I remember, like, we went to bed, and then the next morning we woke up, and my roommate kind of looked at me and was like, do you want to play Tetris Effect? And I was like, see, I got you. There we go. All right. And then we finished it. And it was just like that game is so good. I remember specifically the first level with Yours Forever, and then the last level where it's like, it's like legit the last level of the game where you're like going through the sky, and it's also playing a song with lyrics. For the life of me, I cannot remember the name of that song right now. But I listened to that song like on YouTube, like for a long time before they dropped that soundtrack. There's just something about that song.
It's Mizuguchi, right? Who did Rez and Child of Eden. Lumens, yeah, loves combining synesthesia, I think is his deal, which is trying to make you see something and hear it and physically feel it all together. You got the idea from Burning Man, if I remember correctly. So that's how I've tried to describe the game to people, is it's Burning Man Tetris. And they're like, sign me up. And the way the game gets you in the flow state is just unbelievable. I don't know if any other game that I've played has allowed people to kind of exit their own brains through that flow state in the same way. One of the first times I played it, a friend of mine's father just passed away, and she came over and was like, comfort me. I'm like, wanna play Tetris? She's like, you're joking, right? And it was like an oddball curveball to try to not go through the same helping a grieving person motions that often feel kind of insincere, I think. So I was doing my best, and it really helped her to just stop worrying about the future, stop thinking about the past with sadness, and just be there in the moment. And there's actually studies, and I talked to the creator of Tetris about this years ago. I was lucky to interview him, though one of my colleagues almost punched me in the face because he was like, "I'm getting the interview." There was alcohol involved. It was San Francisco. I'm like, no, he wants to talk to me. Don't you dare take my Tetris. He was very serious about it. Anyway, there have been studies that show that if you play Tetris after a traumatic event, you're less likely to have symptoms of PTSD later, because Tetris actually works the way the brain works. Your brain is constantly taking in the present moment and trying to integrate it into your memories, into your recorded past. And that's Tetris, right? You have a new piece that pops up and you have to integrate it into all the past pieces you've already placed. And the better you integrate your current moment into yourself and your memories, the more well-adjusted you're going to be and the more comfortable you're going to be in your moment. And that's what Tetris does, which is why I think what I've read and what I've experienced, it just clicks with people, like everyone. Tetris, Jesse, you mentioned that Tetris wasn't at E3 that year. I think it's because it didn't need to be. All you need to say is like Mizuguchi Tetris, and they're like, well, don't even need a trailer. I'm going to buy that. I think it's still number 2. Morgan may know this better than me. It's like Tetris and Minecraft are the biggest selling games ever, and I think that speaks to the fact that both of them really get in touch with creativity and just the human experience that we all share in a way that's really, really perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good point about, Tetris being therapeutic. Like, I play Tetris, not just Tetris Effect. I also kind of use Tetris 99, which is a little weird, but I play Tetris to kind of help with my anxiety. Like, I was thinking of like a way to compare how it works for me. And it's like when I'm anxious, it's like when you're in the car and you're driving around and you're lost, you're getting progressively more and more nervous because you're like getting more and more lost. And it's like Tetris is like, it's not so much of a transition where I'm like stepping out of the car completely, but it's like parking it, having it run and just calming down for a second. And it's just like, it gives me enough to do where I can focus on that and not the things that I was anxious about. And so it's like, yeah, because if it's like super quiet or whatever, like the anxiety gets worse because there's like nothing else to focus on. But then doing other things when they're too involved, it can also make it worse. Like watching a TV show and there's just like action, a lot of things going on. Tetris is just this perfect like thing you can get into this rhythm of doing, and it's just really comforting. And I think Tetris Effect does that probably the best that I've played, because you aren't focused on competing. You're just getting through the levels. So you're experiencing each level's experience, the song, the feeling. The city level you mentioned is a really good one, because when you rotate, it's like the piano. And so you can, like I loved like that part of like experimenting with that, because like hearing that sound is just very, I don't know, sonically, because I was thinking aesthetically, but sonically pleasing. It just sounded so good and it's so much fun. And so I think that, yeah, Tetris Effect really has that power to like help people. And I think it's very special, and I hope they make a sequel. Like, it's me putting it out into the ether. Just please give me more of this, because I love it.
I think if there's ever been a concept of Tetris, like a spin-off, a different iteration of Tetris that deserves to go deeper, it's Tetris Effect. I agree with you. I think there are the great Tetris spin-offs and other things that they try to do with Tetris, but I think Tetris Effect is very special.
I thought it was interesting that the new Bust a Move / Puzzle Bobble is in VR, and the fact that that has to be influenced by Tetris Effect's success in VR. But I would want to play a new Tetris Effect that actually goes for that depth. Like there was on the Atari Lynx, I think it was called Weltris. I used to play that. I didn't have a Game Boy. I went Atari Lynx.
That was when the pieces came at you, right, in Weltris?
Yeah.
Went down?
It went down, and they were wireframes, so you could see through them as they were going down. I would love to try a mode like that in VR and really, or maybe even like be the piece. Like have to fly, be my own T Tetramino and like fit myself in there.
Oh no. Tetris 99 2 is just you flying into the battlefield.
There you go.
It kind of reminded me that Tetrisphere was a thing at one point as well.
Oh, that's right.
Was that Nintendo 64?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
that like,
Can you describe that to us?
Yeah, so if I remember, it's been years since I've seen this, but you just had this like globe, and it was filled in for you a little bit. I think I could be totally wrong, but there would just be missing pieces, and you would have to like, you know, you had a whole sphere to contend with to try to like fill it up. That is all I remember. I think there were like weird faces in it, or something, like robot people, but that could just be like Nintendo power and my brain sort of competing for space.
Sounds like some sort of Final Fantasy side sport. You sure you're not thinking about Blitzball?
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna segue.
Yeah, there we go.
So, Tetris Effect doesn't have a sequel, but there's another game that did get a sequel, which is Puyo Puyo Tetris. And I think Puyo Puyo Tetris is interesting because you take the Tetraminos and then you make them into characters, and very like, I feel like they're very well created because they're all very distinct. Like you have like the robot guy, and then you have I know their names. I do, deep in there. But I wanted to ask about, you know, what is your, if you played it, do you have like a favorite character, and kind of how do you feel about these Tetraminos and Tetris having like a story and like a personality and expanding out from there?
Love this game because it's another one of those like Phantasy Star Online situations where this game was just around forever before there was even like a chance of it getting localized. I just remember seeing it on tables at conventions for several years for like the Vita and everything, and just being like, if I was less poor, man. and then the Switch comes out, and that happens, and I don't remember if it was announced for localization yet, but it was like one of the first demos that you can play, and the Switch, it was so easy to create an account in another region. And that was like the first big example of like, oh man, the Switch is region free. You can punk the eShop real easy, go play this demo. And you could play like full rounds of it. And I would just sit there, you know, I'm pretty sure you could get at least 4 people playing at once, even with the demo version. So like the Switch was new, it was impressive, and people were getting together to play it. It was this game. And, you know, most people don't know Puyo, so it was really fun to just be like, let's play the combined version where it just swaps without warning. And just, there was something about it that just like it hit at the right time. Then we got the localization. It was like, oh yeah, Sega's cool again, and they're giving us their games finally. And then I just remember we were all laughing at like the voices, particularly Dr. Bear. See, you get a combo with him, and he would just go, "I love it," and it was funny every single time. And that's why that game is just like a permanent fixture in my memories. I love it.
Puyo Puyo is a weird one for me. I remember before it came out on the Switch, my main way of playing Tetris was like the Ubisoft, I think it was, Tetris that was on the PS4, and it wasn't my favorite Tetris version by a long stretch, but it was like the way I was kind of being able to play Tetris like without having to like go to like a virtual console or a Game Boy or something. It was just like the thing I had hooked up that I would play Tetris on. And then when Puyo Puyo Tetris came out on the Switch, I was like, oh, now I kind of have like a new version of Tetris that I can play that isn't this other version that I'm not crazy about. So I played a lot of like just Tetris, because I'm not huge on Puyo Puyo. I think my brain just doesn't operate that way when it comes to that game. It just like something does not compute up there with Puyo Puyo for me. And so really I was just there for the Tetris part of it, and that was good. And those characters are fun. I couldn't tell you any of their names, but I went through that story mode. That was cool. And a lot of story. There's a lot of story in Puyo Puyo Tetris.
It makes sense that it was Japan only for a while, because Puyo Puyo's always been really big in Japan. And that series, some of those characters actually date back almost as old as Tetris, if I remember correctly. Some of those characters started out on Japanese-only PC games. But to Morgan's original question about seeing the Tetris pieces become characters, I think that's something people really want. I'm running a poll on my Twitter right now about the next Smash character. And what have I got? I've got Tetris piece versus Impa. Waluigi doesn't want them. Gino. Tetris piece is winning by like a large margin. People want Tetris piece playable in Smash, at least my Twitter followers do, more than they want Waluigi.
PAX character battle drama all those years ago.
Yeah, I caused that drama.
Block?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And
the whole internet.
I'm about to bring out
Block to disrupt the GameFAQs lore.
I'm about to bring out all my Smurf accounts just to vote Gino because, anyways, that's a whole nother conversation.
Gino's losing by.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Gino's about to lose to the L Block.
And Waluigi is too. So I think people want it. I think we have been that piece. We've controlled that piece like we've controlled so many other game characters for so long over the years that it feels new and novel, but at the same time very familiar to give those pieces personas and personalities. And it worked for Puyo Puyo Tetris, of course, because the whole idea was for things to be like you've never seen them before, for these two totally different puzzle series. Puyo so mushy, it's like soft puzzle game where everything's smushing together, whereas Tetris is like math, everything fits together so perfectly. Tetris is about the moment and trying to fit everything together, whereas Puyo is very much about planning ahead. It's all about combos. If you play Puyo just to like clear the lines, you're never going to win. Whereas Tetris, you could feasibly, as long as you plan for at least a 4-line Tetris now and again, you could still play pretty competitively. But Puyo, it's impossible to play unless you go for combos on a competitive level. So it really fit for that weirdness. And the mode I love the most in that, I thought you were going to mention it before, it's where you actually have to fit Puyos into a traditional Tetris puzzle and somehow play both games simultaneously. It was such a brave move and reminded me of the old Sextris days where it's like, I did not see this coming. Tetris is so perfect as it is that it's very hard to iterate on. So whenever someone does a brave iteration on it, I always get really excited about it. And that was definitely one that I'll be remembering for a while. I couldn't win at it. It's like impossible, but it was a lot of fun.
I also think like just Puyo Puyo Tetris is in general, like going back to kind of bringing those characters to life, or at least the pieces to life as characters, was really interesting because I think there are a lot of ways that it could have gone really poorly, and it just didn't. Like it genuinely went well. Like I played Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 for review as well, and the story mode for that, I remember just like being like genuinely pleasantly surprised. Like every time I cleared a level, there would be some like funny interaction in there that was just like, hey, well, this is like actually like bringing some personality to these pieces, but it also somehow fits with like what I would assume this piece would act like if it were a person, which is kind of like the like what color notebook is what class you took in like high school or middle school, where you would like associate like a certain subject with red or whatever. I think it's kind of like that same way that works, and I think that's really interesting.
Listen, I'm all for anthropomorphic Tetraminos as long as they're not going to make like a Puyo Puyo Tetris adventure, like Pac-Man adventure, and give them like kids in a side-scrolling adventure. It's point and click. Just don't do any of that. Don't give me any of that. You want to give me fun story and give me some personality behind the shapes? I'm all for it.
You don't want a Tetris 3D platformer?
I mean, I'd play it. I'm being facetious. I would definitely play that and probably really enjoy it.
I agree with you. Pac-Man 2 was so shocking, to realize how bad Pac-Man is as a father. But I just really don't want to see that same kind of, disappointment from the Tetris.
Exactly. I just want to take this whole panel, like I want to crap on other puzzle games. So we got Pac-Man out of the way. What else can we get in here? I'm kidding.
You can do the other Pac-Man puzzle game, Pac Attack. That game doesn't make any sense.
Right. It's sort of like Tetris, actually, except with eating.
Yeah. And
they made a Pac-Man 99.
Blocks.
They just
that's right.
Tetris 99. Tetris paved the way for the Tetris 99 walked so Pac-Man 99 could stumble. because it's not as good as Tetris 99. You see what I did there? You know, so that's why they pay me the big bucks. They don't.
Yeah.
Nobody's paying me for this. We're just vibing.
Morgan's your boss.
I'm doing this because I love Tetris. We all love Tetris. I just want to see what's best for Tetris, because Tetris is our child, our collective.
I think Tetris is older than you.
A family can be 6 people who love Tetris.
Yes. Oh my goodness. I think Puyo Puyo Tetris is interesting too, because I think it appealed to a completely different fan base and brought new people into Tetris who, you know, some that really love Puyo Puyo who are like, oh, this is kind of cool, let me try this out. And also people who love those Puyo Puyo characters then fell in love with the Tetris characters. And there's like so much fan art for Puyo Puyo Tetris. Like if I'm looking for Tetris art, like all I see is just Puyo Puyo Tetris fan art, which I love. It's really great. But it's cool to see people like latch onto a character. Like they like really love like T, for example, who's like this like green kind of cute, you know, lighthearted, whimsical character, like this girl, and very energetic. And they're just like, oh, she's so cute. You know, such a fun character. I'm just gonna draw, you know, T. And I got T wrong, didn't I? I did. T is purple. Oh my goodness. Oh no, it's Friday.
Your Tetris card has been revoked.
It's gone. It's gone. Oh my goodness.
Or the GQ load. You can't have it.
S.
I'm curious.
S.
You know
green.
You know these fans really well, Morgan. Do you see someone getting mad at you? Like I once spelled Ganondorf's name with 2 N's, and there was an outcry. There was a petition to get me fired from my various writing jobs. Do you see that happening because you got the color of T wrong?
I do see that happening sometimes. I did a post on Twitter where I was joking, you know, about like line piece, because it was like the Bernie Sanders one. So I was like, well, Bernie Sanders isn't gonna know. So I just used line piece, and people were like, that's not what it's called. Tetris forgot what it's called. I'm like, the I Tetramino, that one. Oh my goodness. So yes, I can see people getting upset, but I will say that I do know a decent amount about Puyo Puyo Tetris, and I do know that there are people who ship tea and Amity. So there's my knowledge right there. They call it apple tea. I've seen a lot of that. So there you go. There's knowledge in there somewhere.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that Tetris fan art went as deep as the Sonic fan art. This is news.
Oh
to me.
God,
nothing knows that deep. It is interesting though, bringing that up. It feels like because Puyo is so just hard to approach, almost every time it's been brought over here, it's been attached to something else. I know there are exceptions, but you can go as far back as like you know, Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine on the Genesis, and then you had Kirby's Avalanche, and those are like the 2 major examples I can think of.
But then they just didn't bring it out after that for a while.
Exactly,
It was like those 2, and then just forget it. And it's similar. Tetris, it's the opposite. You get Paneled Upon that gets localized in as Tetris Attack, which we talked about earlier. They would just try to throw the Tetris name into things wherever they could because it's so massive. And that's yet another reason it was so great to see them. In the olden days, they would have just called it Mushy Tetris versus Blocky Tetris or something. They would have forgotten about the Puyo name entirely, but they know at this point that the world is interconnected globally. U.S. fans, Western fans know about Puyo, and they're going to want that little cultural weirdness again, which was similar to how I felt about Tetris in the first place, because it was this Russian import, and now it's turned into like a Russian, Japanese, U.S. import with Puyo Tetris.
And to your point, we also saw, was it Super Puyo 2 show up on the Nintendo Online like SNES collection.
Oh, we
did?
did?
Like one of the first, yeah. It's like one of the first ones that were
right?
like, no. So they dropped it just as a Super Famicom game, but it's in the North American app. I think it was like one of the first times they did that so far with the service.
Yeah, they did it with Mario's Picross too, I think.
I can't remember which one of those came first, but it was just like interesting to see like, here's SFC Puyo, because we know people like that now.
Yeah, it's great. As someone, I used to always import games growing up, paying $120 for some PS1 Macross game that was terrible. And it's not like I could play it before. I just had to import with hope and faith. Now they know that I'm not that weird. There's a lot of people that were ready to do that the whole time. They just didn't know we existed back then.
You're just ahead of the time. That was it.
Ah.
That was it.
Really, I've got a Super Nintendo with the little plastic tabs ripped off.
Oh yeah, that's how I used to do it for Mario and Wario and Rockman versus Forte and all that stuff.
I want to bring up a different Tetris game. I want to bring up Tetris 99, which you had mentioned earlier. How do you guys feel about Tetris 99 and Tetris being battle royale? I use that term loosely with this because but it is very crazy and chaotic, Tetris 99. Like, how do you guys feel about Tetris 99? Do you have any favorite, like, they do those special events? They're doing, I think, one from Utopia this weekend.
Yep.
Have you guys ever won? Like, what are your thoughts on Tetris 99?
I kind of have used it. You brought up using it kind of as kind of just like the most accessible, quick, snappy form factor to get yourself into Tetris, kind of to calm yourself down or to help yourself with anxiety. And I have a lot of trouble like falling asleep, and I found that playing Tetris just helps me fall asleep. And I've put probably, I think at this point, probably at least 200 hours into Tetris 99. Like, I love that game so much. And it's probably one of my most played games on my Switch outside of like Smash maybe. It's definitely probably my most played game on there, and I would say my favorite theme is probably the Splatoon one. I just like love that energy that brings, and obviously, if I'm playing it without audio, that's gonna help me sleep. But if I'm playing it with audio, it might not necessarily help me sleep. So sometimes I'll find something that's a little bit more calm, or maybe just normal Tetris theme as a theme. But I've definitely won my fair share of games. Obviously, if I've spent a couple hundred hours in there and haven't won anything, I'd be probably a little disappointed in myself. But I actually really love the Invictus mode too. It's just like really challenging, and I don't know, in those kinds of competitive games, I always love just kind of getting beaten just like over and over again until I get really good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, like, noticing a pattern here. Tetris 99 is like the game for neurodivergent players. I too will pop that game open at nighttime in bed it's just like you literally can't think about anything else while you're trying to survive in this game. And like it came out at a time when I think people were starting to kind of get tired of hearing about battle royale games. So it was in this sort of almost ironic response to it at first, but then it just worked unbelievably well. And it's so easy to get a game still. Just people are just constantly playing that game.
Yeah, it is of course a competitive game, but you're probably going to lose. So that's one of the things I love about it, is that in general, the more people set their expectations low, the better time they're going to have. High expectations can be a life wrecker. So you go in and you're like, I'm probably going to lose, but I'm going to have fun. With how many other people? There's 98 other. So it's a communal experience where, almost all of you are going to lose together. There's going to be one winner. You'll be like, you jerk, I'll get you next time. But everyone else, we're just trying to mess around with our present moment as best as we can, which is what I think Tetris is all about, as I was saying before. But you're not doing it all by yourself. You're doing it with that many people. It was part of the arcade version. If I remember correctly, the arcade version also had two-player, the NES versions, the Tengen version, which was a whole lawsuit deal, and the Nintendo version. The Nintendo version didn't have multiplayer, but the Tengen one did. So we sought that out, even though we had to pay high prices for it back when I was a kid, because being able to share that moment with other people is really worth it. And the fact that Tetris 99 has been able to do that for that many people is really an accomplishment. So I know it's more stressful in some ways if you expect to win, but I always know I'm going to lose. So I just go in there to lose with others and have a communal loss. It's pretty fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to bounce off that, I have this weird thing where anytime a new battle royale game comes out, I have to get one win, and then I can move on. My brain is like, any battle royale game that comes out, just get one win and then never play it again. And so I remember, Yeah, exactly. And it's like, then it's like, okay, I've seen what this game is. I understand what it takes to win. And Tetris, I remember when that got announced, I was like, oh, easy. I play so much Tetris. This is my game. And I just got whooped and whooped and whooped and whooped for so long. But my stubbornness was like, I will get a win. And then I finally got my win. Took me like a week, but I got it. And I remember just going, I'm gonna stick with this one. This is like most stuff. I had so much fun just like trying to get better and learning the systems, and like it's taking Tetris, which is already a puzzle game, but adding so many different layers to it, because you're no longer thinking about what do I need to do. You're thinking about what the other 99 people are doing. You're focusing on, okay, who do I need to focus on? Like who's about to send garbage my way? Like what badges do I need to pick up so I can send more garbage the other way? You're doing a lot of like defensive playing, but then also like knowing when to strike is a whole other system. So it like gave me this whole new appreciation for Tetris, because most of the time it was like, okay, like where can I combo? Where can I get a Tetris? What can I do? But now it's like I'm worrying about 100 people right now and trying to figure out what their next move is so I can either play on the defensive or go after them before they can get to me. And it's just such a weird thing that on paper, when you say it out loud, it's kind of bizarre that this thing exists, but I'm damn happy it does, because it's unlike anything else I've really played.
I will say too, kind of just to go off a little bit of that, like there's so many battle royales out there at this point, and there'll be plenty more, I'm sure, but this is like one of the true like different iterations of that genre that, like, you know, which is not to say anything bad about the other ones. It's just this is like a very drastically different take on that genre, and I think it really just knocks it out of the park in what it's trying to accomplish and what it's doing. And to go off of what Charlie and Lucas were saying earlier, like for me too, I haven't played Tetris 99 a little bit, but for a long time that was like I'm going to bed, I'm going to play Tetris 99 before I go to bed, and that's like my decompress. And it's like my life is so chaotic, let me focus on this chaos in this game and kind of decompartmentalize that way. And that was like my way of, cool, I'm good, I'm going to bed now that I've like, you know, lost a bunch of times in this game, but I had fun putting that stress through these pieces.
I've played so much Tetris 99. It is my most played game on the Switch by a lot, and I don't know exactly how many hundreds of hours I put into it, but there are hundreds and hundreds of hours I put into that game. It's very challenging. I consider myself to be pretty good at Tetris, and I still get my butt kicked a lot in that game. It also depends on when you're playing. I think Lucas knows this too. Like if you're on at a certain time, I have really bad insomnia, so I'll be playing when all the Japanese players are playing, and they're intense because it's like it's different too depending on who you're playing. Like different people have different play styles. Some people like the T-spin, some people just do it straightforward Tetris, and it's like you never know what you're going to get or who you're going to face, and whether what you do, your skills are going to be enough to match that. And so it's like, it's always a surprise. And I do like Tetris 99 for that, because it's like, you never know what it's going to be. You think it would get repetitive because it is the same setup, but it's different every single time. There's a different problem every single time that you need to solve. Whether you start the game and like 10 people are attacking, you're like, no, please let me live. To like the very end when you're like 1v1ing someone, you're like, oh, this person's really good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to win. So I think Tetris 99 is just, I don't know, it's just very special. It's like so chaotic and yet it works so well. It's just, I love it. I love Tetris 99. I have other things on that I wanted to ask, but I think segueing into a more important question, I think that we've been kind of floating around while we're talking. So Tetris has been around for almost 40 years. It's been around for a really long time. Why do you guys think that Tetris has remained as popular, if not more so, over these last like almost 40 years? And do you think that it will remain this popular or more so in the next 40 years based on everything?
I think it's like Legos. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to bring you up. I was going to say I think you're on point with the way Tetris resonates with people, like on a neurological level. Like there's just the way it's put together is so like in line with how people naturally like think about organizing things, and it's just like anyone can take it and instantly understand it and get hooked on it. And I think another point you brought up earlier is one of the things about Tetris I think that makes it really approachable is you don't really have to think ahead. You're not worrying about combos. You can see what's next, and you can get on like that high level and figure out like seeds and stuff. But ultimately, like you can really just not even pay attention and just react to the next piece as you're playing and still do totally fine. I think it says a lot to just like the person who made it. He's just a dude at an office. He made that like at his spare time.
I was just going to talk about that.
Yeah, you can kind of tell like somebody who isn't like a video game person made it to, and was just able to kind of crack the code and appeal to anyone who touches it.
That's right. Yeah, it's again. You'd think I was hawking this book, but this is such a good book about the creation of. Yeah, he's great, isn't he? He's great, and his style is perfect for this because it's simple shapes anyone can understand. That's how he draws, and that's what Tetris is. In the book, anyway, it describes how the creator of Tetris was working in communist Russia, so no potential of getting rich. He wasn't going to profit off Tetris. He was working for the government in their AI labs, trying to do voice recognition and try to create AI. And we're talking in the early 80s. And he was constantly thinking about the way people's brains work because of that, because he had to like replicate a brain somehow with a computer. And he, for fun, to decompress, created Tetris and then spread it around to all of his friends because they were all trying to figure out where they fit in the world in general. And he really, according to the book and what I've read and talking to him briefly about it, the idea of finding like that perfect fit is just so satisfying, both in, as you were saying, about organizing things and also about understanding what's going on around you and integrating your present moment into your memories, and also just feeling like you fit into this world somewhere. So I think that those universal themes, as long as the people who make Tetris don't screw it up, I think it's possible to screw up Tetris. Like if every piece screamed every time you got a Tetris, I love it. There's something like that. Eventually, that would get tiresome if you like couldn't turn it off. It's possible to make an unappealing Tetris, but it's very, very, very unlikely that that'll happen. And even then, I would probably still play it.
I'm going to develop Screamtris now.
I wanted to do a quick shout out and then I'll move on. There's a really unappealing Tetris that I love called Futile Tris that was created by Twinbeard, the guy who made Frog Fractions. And every time you drop a piece, the field gets wider.
Oh yeah.
Because in Tetris you need to have it not be such a wild field if you're ever gonna get a full line across. So it just keeps getting. You can never. It never ends either. You're just trapped in Futile Tris.
I remember playing that, and it's hilarious.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
Tetris is so readable, and I think that's my number one takeaway. And Jonathan and Lucas, brought this up, but like the idea that you can just see it, understand it, and get good at it, and it's sort of the like cliche of like easy to learn, hard to master, right? Like the skill ceiling for Tetris is so high, and you see people pulling off these amazing, T-spin rotations, all sorts of stuff, but like fundamentally, like I could show this to my grandmother and she understands, just make them line up, just make them fit. And you see that in your own life everywhere, right? Like you look at something and you're like, I need to organize this, I know how to organize this, and that Tetris is just organizing boxes. And I don't want to be reductive in that sense because like it's a ton of fun, but like really that's what it is, right? It's spin this thing and make it fit. And there's something so uniquely and deeply satisfying about that I don't think that satisfaction ever goes away. Even if 10, 20, 30 years from now, like there are still people that really just like neatly tidying up and packing something up and then watching it all go away. And I think that's what'll carry Tetris as long as that fundamentally never changes.
I think you make a good. Oh, go ahead, Charlie.
I was just gonna say, like, I think, thinking about, other games that are like accessible to an insidious degree to people who don't generally play that many games. Thinking of like something like a Wii Sports, for example. A lot of those games are still really fun, really addictive. Like I could boot up my Wii right now and play hours of Wii Sports and enjoy myself, or I could play solitaire for hours and enjoy myself. But I think the thing that Tetris does is it takes that kind of a fundamental accessibility, but then it adds this pressure and this motivation to improve and get better. Because even if you're not playing with other people, you don't beat Tetris really. I mean, like, at least in like the classic mode, it doesn't stop really. I mean, at least in most contemporary versions of Tetris, it doesn't stop. So I think looking at that, like, I actually wrote my college essay on Tetris and how it kind of doesn't end and it kind of pushes you to keep improving and stuff. And that's something that's kind of at the forefront of my mind whenever I think of Tetris, is that you look at Wii Sports, you look at Galaga, you look at Street Fighter, you look at the original Super Mario Brothers. None of those games, in the same way, unless you somehow have like some predisposition to speedrunning that you just didn't know you had, push you to continually improve and get better. Once you've beaten it, once you understand it, you've beaten it. But Tetris, I mean, every Tetris game has an end, right? And so there's always that ability to strive towards a new high score.
What I was gonna say before is, I think what will continue to carry Tetris through another 20 years, another 40 years, another eternity. I don't think Tetris could ever really go away. Like, unless Jonathan said they make bad Tetris games, is because they, at its core, the fundamentals of Tetris. Like, when I pick up a Mario game, I know that at the bare minimum, besides for Sunshine, we don't have to talk about Sunshine. At the bare minimum, a Mario game jumps and controls well, and it's just a good platforming game. And when I pick that up, I know how Mario is gonna move and how he's going to jump and interact in that space. And I can be comfortable and feel that. The same thing with Tetris. Those mechanics, again, unless it's a badly constructed Tetris game, because I'm sure there are some that don't have the same tight controls, but for the most part, most Tetris games all feel the same. And that feeling is so good and so responsive and so perfect the way it needs to be for this type of game, that because the game design is flawless, because it is the right gameplay loop that, affects you in the correct ways that will seemingly never get old. I don't see a time, I don't see it possible for Tetris to really ever not be a relevant game. It may not be always the height of the conversation, the peak of the moment, the thing everyone wants to play and is talking about. There might not be a Tetris 99 or a Tetris Effect that's really dominating outside of, Tetris's normal space, but I think no matter what, again, unless the people that get the keys to Tetris games just make badly constructed games, I don't see a world where Tetris wouldn't continue to be a thing that we play until we all die.
Spin on that soft body Tetris is, what if Tetris was given, the keys to Tetris was given to somebody who didn't want it to make sense like you understand it. You can Google that one. All the pieces turn just slightly when you turn them, and when they hit the bottom, they mush and like bounce around. It's like Jello Tetris. It's fun for a few minutes.
I hate that.
It'll make you feel, yeah, it'll make you feel bad about your life. Yeah, it's gross.
Yeah. I think the good thing about Tetris is that it's easy to learn but difficult to master. So any like you guys have already mentioned, anyone can play this game. But while you're playing it, you can see ways that you can improve on the next time and the next time, they start and you're like, oh, I don't even know what a T-spin is. And then you do your first one, you're like, oh, that's so cool, I get it now. And then you'll work on that and you get, T-spin double, T-spin triple, all these wild, crazy moves that people have like figured out too. Because I also got to interview Alexei Payanov at the last E3 that they had, E3 2019. And I asked him about the T-spin. He was like saying that was interesting because at the time that he was making that wasn't something that he had thought about. That's something that was discovered after the fact. And that's just really cool. I think that we're just scraping the surface with Tetris in some ways, like, I don't think that the creator could have, at the time imagined like a Tetris effect where you can play in VR. Like, that's such a cool way to experience Tetris, or, that a game like NES Tetris would come back, but in like an esport, you know, like Classic Tetris World Championship. And not just that, but like the winners of that are kids. Like they're young, like Joseph Saley, his player name is Dog, who won last time. They're kids. And it's crazy to think that, like, you know, these young kids who are, you know, younger than the NES Tetris are now discovering it, and then discovering new ways to play, like hyper tapping. And then, you know, it's cool to see as you go along, just like the new discoveries with Tetris. So I think that as long as we're continuing to look for new ways to just like rediscover Tetris with the core Tetris in place, I think that it'll last forever. It's the next chess. That's my opinion.
Hell yeah.
Chestress.
Yeah.
Chestress.
The name Tetris, I think, comes from combining tetra tennis. And I would rather watch people play Tetris than tennis. Tennis is makes me tired.
Tennis, but they're bouncing
Tetris.
tetraminos back and forth. It's unpredictable. You never know where it's going to bounce.
Soft, mushy ones.
Jelly tetraminos.
I'd watch it. Absolutely.
See, how much time do we have left?
40 seconds. He's legit.
Let's do the outros. Let's do the outros the same as the intro, starting with Charlie, and then I will be last.
All right, my name's Charlie Wackles. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, and Instagram at CHAS_MKE. That's Chaz Milwaukee. You can also find my work on Twinfinite, DualShockers, and Android Central.
I'm Lucas White, editor of Prima Games, so that's my day job, so primagames.com. If you want to find my older work, you could look at Shonen Jump, but I don't recommend it. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, I am Hokuto no Lucas. And I don't really hang out anywhere else on the internet.
It's for the best. I'm Jesse Vitelli, editor at Prima Games. You can find my work at primagames.com. You can find me on Twitter. I don't know why you would want to, but it's at Jesse Vitelli. Just look at this name down below, but just put it in Twitter form. There you go.
It's Jonathan again. I'm at Non-Trotsky on Twitter. You can find me writing for Destructoid, writing for Nintendo Force Magazine, which is kind of like a new Nintendo Power. I'm also on a bunch of podcasts. One's called Boston's Favorite Son with James Stephanie Sterling, and I'm also on one called Talking to Women About Video Games, and I have a interview show for developers called Sup Homes. You can find that on YouTube.
I am Brendan Groom. You can find me at BEGROOM on everything. You can find everything I do at passcontroller.io. And Morgan.
I'm Morgan Shaver. You can find my writing at Prima Games. You can follow me on Twitter at author_MShaver. Probably need to remove that underscore at some point. And then you can find all of the weird things that I post at Tetris_official. Things like the G Fuel, which I had made during the thing, and I put too much powder in it. And it's very interesting when you put that much powder in it. So, Tetris G Fuel. Yeah. That's all I got.
Wake up, sleeper. Dreaming again? Every cycle, you take your chances. You roll your dice. You do the work, get paid, survive. You turn up for your friends, or you don't. That's life on the eye.
Wake up, sleeper. Your body is dying. Planned obsolescence. As an ARP's gift for its escaped workers. But we can fight this. You can remake yourself here.
Did you know? Ethernet gets its name from the Latin ether, meaning of the sky, and the Italian netto, meaning after deductions. This is a reference to the internet's power to suck the moon from the sky, should it ever be set free of its cable. And that's a fact about the internet.
Content selector.
Did you know? Lobsters are nature's systems engineers. The reasons why should be obvious. And that's a fact about the internet. Turn those old Dungeons & Dragons into dollars and dividends by owning your own adventuring franchise. From its humble beginnings as D&D Live Play, expanding to stage, podcast, and stream, with Acquisitions Incorporated, there's never been a better time to get the money.
Hey, it's Owen Dron, CEO of Acquisitions Incorporated. Imagine digging a hole, but instead of finding a body, you find real wealth. And a body. One you put there. Buy my book.
We partnered with Wizards of the Coast to bring the official Acquisitions Incorporated experience to your home campaign. Learn how to run your own franchise, how to staff it with new player options for specializations, spells, and equipment, stats for iconic characters and monsters, and put your franchisees to the test with an included campaign for levels 1 to 6. Obviators are standing by. With the official D&D Acquisitions Incorporated book, you can do what you wanna do. Ow! Did you know? Elder millennials and more hip Gen Xers speak fondly about dial-up internet, a system whereby anyone who is interested in using the internet would need to call and remain on the line with Thaumaturd, the uplink, and provide him with thrilling conversation throughout their session. And that's a fact about the internet.
Following yesterday's incident, the salad bar will no longer be self-serve. Please report any sightings of missing labels, bacon bits, or dressing containers to your counselor.
A race to other habitable planets in space has broken out among the big corporations. In search of limitless growth, they leave Earth exploited and its environment devastated. The voluntary pioneers and colonists are lured to this adventurous journey by the hope of a better life and a new beginning in an untouched world. Only a development strategy that ensures the quality of life for our colonists and protects the planetary ecosystem can have long-lasting success. Your job as a space colony manager is building sustainable civilizations. Do research for renewable energy sources and develop sustainable production lines to avoid destruction and climate collapse. Let us use the second chance to change our way of life and to transform the production of energy and goods.